Good morning to everyone present here. With immense honor and privilege, I, Alka Kumari, research scholar of School of Management, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, warmly welcome you all to this distinguished gathering as we inaugurate our much anticipated 5-day course on resilient supply chains and sustainability. This transformative program, scheduled to take place from November 29th to December 3rd, 2024, which is proudly organized by the School of Management, NIT Rourkela, under the esteemed aegis of the Global Initiative of Academic Networks, an innovative initiative of the Ministry of Education, Government of India. As we gather here to inaugurate this significant event with the blessings of the Almighty, let us commence the day with the lighting of the lamp, our timeless tradition that symbolizes the illumination of darkness and the illumination of knowledge and wisdom. Therefore, I request all our dignitaries to grace the stage and light the lamp, marking the official beginning of this meaningful journey. Coordinator Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu and the GIAN course coordinator Professor Manvendra Pratap Singh to kindly grace the dais. Thank you all. Now I request Professor Manvendra Pratap Singh, the GIAN course coordinator, to kindly provide a brief introduction to this course. Sir, please.
Thanks, Alka. Namaskar and good morning to all. On behalf of School of Management, I welcome you all in the inaugural session of second GIAN program of NIT Rourkela. Firstly, I would like to give my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Director, Sir, Professor K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, for creating an energetic and harmonious environment for knowledge upskilling. Thanks to our eminent international speaker, Professor Usha Ramanathan from University of Sharjah, for accepting our invitation for the GIAN program. Thanks to our Dean Sheikh, Professor Swadesh Kumar Pratihar, for extending his generous support for the program. Thanks to our local GIAN coordinator, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, for guiding us throughout the GIAN journey. Thanks to our head of the department, School of Management, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, for motivating us to conduct such kind of events. Special thanks to GIAN IIT Hyderabad, Anil Agrawal sir, and Ministry of Education, Government of India, for conceptualizing such amazing platform for Indian researchers and students to interact with the eminent global academic leaders. Thanks to my students who tirelessly worked for the success of this event. In this GIAN program of resilience, supply chain, and sustainability, we aim to highlight the significance of supply chain in the modern competitive environment. Being a sustainability student and learner from the last 1 decade, I must say that in the present or emerging consumption and convenience-driven economy, sustainable supply chain hold a significant position for the products and services to make them more competitive, cost-effective, resilient, sustainable, and beyond, above all, beyond the blanket of greenwashing. In line with our Honorable Director Sir's mission of sustainability in action, we try to take a small baby step by introducing a sustainable kit, which includes a jute bag, clay bottle, and replantable pen. Finally, I request all the young participants who are here that you should unlearn, learn, and relearn the various phases of sustainable supply chain during the program, and must relish and enjoy your 5-day visit in UI Green Metric ranked sustainable campus of NIT Rourkela. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable information. I now request our GIAN local coordinator, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, to kindly welcome the audience and enlighten us about this GIAN initiative. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all. Respected Director, NIT Rourkela, Professor K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, Dean Sheikh, Professor Swadesh Pratihar, the foreign expert of the GIAN course, Professor Usha Ramanathan, University of Sharjah, Head of School of Management, Professor Chandan Sahu, Course Coordinator, Manvendra Singh. Dear faculty colleagues, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen. The Global Initiative of Academic Network GIAN is a program of the Ministry of Education which is designed to tap the talent pool of scientists and entrepreneurs internationally to encourage their engagement of scientists, engagement with the Institute of Higher Education in India to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reforms, and elevate India's scientific and technological capacity to global excellence. GIAN offers international experts a unique opportunity to familiarize themselves with India's academic environment by interacting with local students, faculty. These experts can explore potential collaborations, share their expertise, and contribute to the advance of knowledge across diverse fields. So the GIAN scheme is already launched in 2005 and we have conducted 25 courses in 3 phases of IIT Kharagpur, and then now it is being conducted under the supervision of IIT Hyderabad, and this, as is mentioned by the coordinator, this is the second course in phase 4, and the next phase of submission proposal also will expect from January 25. Coming to the subject, resilient supply chains and sustainability. In fact, actually, when you construct a building, normally what we saw is there is a one shift of work, the normal day shift, and sometimes the materials has not reached, sometimes the laborers has gone on a holiday, so that's hampers the progress of the project. So that's the subject of the course, how to avoid that kind of a thing. So in metros, at least in metros, when big construction groups are there, they are having project management tool. This is one of the project management tool, whether it is material or it is service. So this is essential for a building construction or any factory or any kind of project. Supply chains and sustainability are deeply interconnected. A sustainable supply chain aims to minimize the environmental impact, promote social equality, and maintain economic viability throughout the entire life cycle of the product or service, from raw material sourcing to end of life disposal or cycling. So the key components are environmental sustainability, which includes carbon footprint reduction, waste management, and sustainable sourcing. Besides this, social sustainability, including fair labor practices, community engagement, has to be practiced. Resilient supply chains can be created that can withstand disruptions like pandemics and natural disasters by diversifying suppliers and adopting technology. Cost-effective practices, including energy-efficient machinery, should be employed as far as practicable. So in the, at least I know in civil engineering we use CPM, POT, Primavera software, all these are project management tools. So construction management, project management, all these are used. So all best wishes for all those involved in the course. So I wish all success for the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us and providing us with this opportunity. It is our honor to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries whose remarkable contributions and vision have been a guiding light for all of us. We extend our heartfelt gratitude for gracing this occasion and inspiring us with their presence. I now request our Honorable Director, Sir, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, to kindly present a floral welcome as a token of appreciation to our distinguished guest, Professor Usha Ramanathan, sir. Please. Thank you, sir. Now I request our head of the department, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, to felicitate our Honorable Director, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, as a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Again, I'll request our Honorable Head of Department, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, to felicitate our Honorable Dean of Shriek, Professor Swadesh Kumar Pratihar, as a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Once again, I request our Honorable Head of the Department, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, to kindly express our heartfelt gratitude to our GIAN Local Coordinator, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu. Thank you, sir. Now I request our course coordinator, Professor Manvendra Pratap Singh, to extend a token of appreciation by felicitating our esteemed head of the department, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu. Thank you, sir. I now have the honor of welcoming our esteemed head of the department, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, to kindly deliver the inaugural speech and share some insights about the department.
Good morning to all. Esteemed Director Professor K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, the foreign expert Madam Professor Usha Ramanathan, GIAN Local Coordinator Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, Dean Sri Professor Sudesh Kumar Pratihar, and my dear colleague, the coordinator or convener of this program, Professor Manvendra Pratap Singh. Truly I feel I feel very happy because of in my headship this is the first one initiated, though we have tried, and under the captainship and Professor Manvendra has started this, and this is the course need of the hour. When you think resilient supply chain and sustainability, if you think any manufacturing industry or any construction, and without raw materials and output is next to impossible. So how on the need of the hour, how the organization they have to focus on the different aspects of supply chain, and the most challenging aspect of this course is sustainability. So how we can say which organization will sustain or keep the number one position? No one can say, because almost all organizations they are running. So they are running in that a pace. To maintain the pace, it is a big challenge for all of the organization. So sustainability may be derived from one aspect is supply chain. There are other aspects of management, so product or human resource or other aspect, research and development, innovation and creativity. But one important aspect is supply chain. So through the entire program, the participants, they might get the innovative ideas, Madam has to share, the best practices all over the national as well as international sphere, and you focus on that and again try out whenever you are going to get opportunity, because if you are student or you are already practitioner, then you can use in your day-to-day work as well as in your research, so that you can contribute to your respective organization in a viable way, so that in last and I hope this program will be fruitful and the whole effort will be have meaningful impact on the young, basically young population, and they have young and energetic and creative minds. So you have to use this, think of new way to support industry 5.0 so that the organizations will prosper. So in this outset, again I will thank all dignitaries and thank you to all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge and experience with us. I now have the pleasure of welcoming our Honorable Dean of Shriek, Professor Sudesh Kumar Pratihar, to address the session with a welcoming note.
Respected dignitaries, Professor K. Uma Maheshwar Rao, our director, esteemed international expert, Professor Usha Ramanathan, University of Sharjah, UAE, Professor Shishir Kumar Shah, GIAN coordinator, Professor Chandan Kumar Shah, head of the Department, School of Management Studies, Professor Manvendra Pratap Singh, coordinator of this course, distinguished faculty members, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural session of our short-term course on resilient supply chains and sustainability. This program is under Global Initiative of Academic Networks, a flagship program under Ministry of Education. This initiative represents a significant step in our commitment to fostering collaboration, enhancing learning, promoting international knowledge exchange across the borders. GIAN's vision recognizes the power of collective knowledge, and the importance of shared experiences in education. In an era where challenges are increasingly global, the need of interdisciplinary approaches and cross-cultural discussions has never been more critical. Through GIAN, we aim to break down the silos that often exist within academic disciplines and encourage a holistic understanding to the issues we face today. GIAN provides a platform for international knowledge exchange. By participating in this course, you will be engaged with experts and practitioners from other countries, gaining insights that exceeds geographical boundaries. This course on resilient supply chain and sustainability is not just an academic exercise, it is an opportunity to explore critical strategies and solutions for addressing some of the most pressing global challenges we face today. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, the resilience and sustainability of supply chain has taken center stage. Recent global events from COVID-19 pandemic to the disruption caused by the geopolitical tensions and climate change has exposed vulnerability in our supply chain network. These disruptions has highlighted the need for robust systems that can adapt the shocks while maintaining the flow of goods and services. At the same time, the urgency to prioritize sustainability has never been greater. We can confront the realities of environmental degradation and resource scarcity. This course is designed to bridge these two imperatives. Over the next few days, our domain expert will explore the principles, strategies, and tools needed to build up supply chain that are not only resilient to risks, but also aligned with the sustainable practices. Their discussion will focus on the key topics such as risk management, circular economy principles, green logistics, digital transformation, and ethical sourcing, to name a few. I encourage each of you to actively engage with these sessions, share your experiences, and ask challenging questions. The diversity of perspective in this room, from industry professionals and academics to policymakers and students, will enrich our learning and help us collectively develop actionable insights. At the heart of resilience and sustainable supply chains are people, workers, communities, consumers who rely on these systems on every day. Let us not lose the sight of human element as we analyze process, model, and technology. Sustainability and resilience are not just about efficiency, they are about equity, responsibility, and resourcing for a better future for all. I would like to thank the organizers, speakers, and resource persons who have worked tirelessly to bring this course to a reality. Your efforts in shaping this program has laid a strong foundation for meaningful discussion and impactful learning. To the participant, this course is an opportunity to expand your horizons, build new skills, and forge connections that will serve you in your professional careers ahead. Let us grab this chance to not only learn, but also to inspire change within our sphere of influence. With this, I look forward to seeing the ideas and innovation that emerge from this interaction over the next couple of days. Thank you. Let us embark this journey of learning together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. I am now honored to welcome our Honorable Director, Sir, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, to address the session with a delightful note. So, please.
The distinguished dignitaries on dais, the chief guest of this program, Professor Usha Ramanathan, Professor of University of Sharjah, UAE, the foreign expert, and Professor S.K. Pratihar, Dean Sikh, and Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, Head of the School of Management, and Professor S.K. Sahu, GIAN Coordinator, and Professor M. Pratap Singh, GIAN Course Coordinator or convener of this particular program. It's a global initiative, under this global initiative of academic networking. This is second in series, and this School of Management has taken the initiative to start the second session of the GIAN program on the resilient supply chains and sustainability, a topic which is very relevant now in the present context. I thank Professor Pratap Singh for really coming out, coining this particular program and then taking it forward to prepare you to the challenges and then the needs that we have got to really understand in the supply chain and its sustainability. I'm just trying to, because it is a program where you have got to really understand the basics. Okay, there is one word, that word is resilience or resilient. Okay, and the second thing is, the second phrase is supply chain 2. Third is sustainability. These are the 3 keywords in this today's GIAN program. By the resilience, actually it is a mechanical word and civil engineering word, right, where any material is subjected to any change or rather any force, okay, and then it undergoes deformation, okay, and then deformation, if that force which is it is really subjected to is exceeding its inherent elastic limit, the deformation is going to be, or deformation will be non-elastic, rather it is a permanent deformation. Okay. So, now this word sustainability is the ability of this process to come back or absorb and then become really come back to its original form, so that there is the effect of that one is absolutely null and void. Okay. Let me just try to give the significance of this resilience to the supply chain management and sustainability. Professor Pratihar, in his address, he has come out with the effect of global changes or the scenarios on the supply chain. It's ultimately it is dealing with the business. Yes, I'll come to that one also. The resilience or resilient issue is that when there was a COVID pandemic, right, I really do not know how many of you have really experienced the non-availability of materials, and then this people, right, it hasn't happened much in India, but then in Northern America and then Europe, people used to stand for 6-7 hours to get into the shopping malls and to get the material, provided material is available. Why the material is not available in the shopping malls, which was available a few days ago? Okay. So, now the business, the malls, just the moment the COVID pandemic has gone away, my dear students, you should understand, when the COVID has gone away from us, okay, the business has come back to its original point. So, this is called resilience. समझ में आया? रेजिलियंस का मैं थोड़ा समझा रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं आपको ज्ञान देने का चेष्टा कर रहा हूँ. रेजिलियंस का ये मतलब हुआ कि बाहर से, right, the thing which nobody has foreseen, the business community has not foreseen, the consequence or the effect of the COVID pandemic, right, on business community or the business enterprise, right, they have really unforeseen effect. Means this is the stress which has come on the business, okay, and then that has really created some distortion, and that distortion, once the COVID is removed, and then it is automatically, it has come back to its original elastic condition. That means it is absolutely, it hasn't lost its inherent, right, strength to come back and then do the business. This is what is resilience. I'll come to supply chain little later, but then I'll come to the sustainability. Sustainability का कौन सा एग्जाम्पल देने से बहुत ही अच्छा होगा समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, फिर भी मैं कोशिश करता हूँ. How many of you are staying in the hostels? Please raise your hand. But आराम से, बड़े आराम से आप raise your hands. So no, great majority of you are living in various hostels. Okay, I will just describe two scenarios. Okay, and then here, what is influencing the sustainability? Okay, if you take Google out or take the meaning of the sustainability, right, you can just understand that one. Okay, तो ये यहाँ पर ये क्या होता है कि per day the cost of the food that your hostel is charging is around 146 rupees or 138 rupees. Okay, so now let us just look at this one. 138 rupees में आपको breakfast मिलता है, चाय भी मिलता है, इसके बाद लंच मिलता है, लंच में 4 दिन और 3 दिन कुछ भी whatever is decided, नॉन वेजिटेरियन जो चाहता है नॉन वेजिटेरियन मिलता है, ठीक है. And then there is no limit to what you consume, because I consume less, maybe someone else consumes more. Okay, so there is no limit in your consumption, right? Please catch the word consumption. There is no limit to the consumption. 3 हो गया. चौथा है कि इवनिंग स्नैक्स मिलेगा, इवनिंग स्नैक्स है शायद उसमें 1 कप चाय मिलेगा और जो भी देंगे वो ब्रेड पकौड़ा या ब्रेड स्लाइस दे देंगे, राइट. And then the last one is the dinner. Okay, dinner में भी there is no limit to the consumption. ठीक है. So now in this 5 times you are being fed. Okay, 5 times you are fed at the cost of 138 or 140 rupees. And my students make a written complaint that this is not sustainable for us. ठीक है. This is one, I am not denying that one. How much of it is cannot be sustained. And the same group of students, some part of the students, they are sitting here and there in pairs across the campus. Okay, they order for a pizza together, family size pizza. And today what is the cost of family size pizza? 400 rupees, 500 or 600? Huh? Big one is 1000 rupees, right? And फैमिली साइज का 1000 रुपीज़ और रेगुलर वाला 500 रुपीज़ है, 600 400 रुपीज़. ठीक है. देखिए, नाउ one time pizza, right, is still sustainable for the same group of students, right, who are being fed 5 times for 140 rupees, which is less than half of that one. बात समझ में आया ना. जोमेटो और टोमेटो में अगर आप ऑर्डर करेंगे, 1 time meal is 400 or 500 rupees. That is sustainable. Sustainable means you can afford to pay for pizza. If you are going for a family pizza, that is 1000 rupees, you can still take the cost. It is sustainable. But then when it is coming to a institution, NIT Rourkela, giving you 5 times food at 140 rupees, that is still not sustainable. इसमें आप क्या समझा है sustainability का? Who is controlling the sustainability and non-sustainability? Consumer? Yes, consumer? Right. ये पकड़ लीजिएगा. Sustainability ये होता है कि I have money, I can really absorb that particular cost and then have the 10-15 minute का pleasure of tasting that pizza और Zomato में जो आता है. ठीक है. I can absorb that. But then I cannot absorb 5 time food from the hostel. Right. This is what exactly is the consumer's mindset. Okay. Let us apply that one to a market. Okay. Today, all of us in this room are having the smartphone. Yes. And how many of you are having this smartphone which is made in India? Raise your hands. made in India. None of us. Right? None of us. All of these mobiles, right? All of these mobiles are clubbed or rather together or manufactured or assembled, whatever be the process. Okay? They are assembled in Hong Kong or Vietnam or any of these Eastern, Middle East, not Middle East, Far East, okay, or China. Okay. Today, what is happening is, just recently we have celebrated Diwali. Okay, I am not really talking about how responsibly we have celebrated Diwali. Okay, that is a different issue. Some of my students have put bombs in washing machines. Some of my students have put bombs in commodes, right? They thought that it is sustainable, still sustainable to blast this washing machines. This is the consumer mindset. Okay? This is the consumer mindset. This is also its defining resilience as well as sustainability. Right? Now coming to this Chinese product. Diwali mein bombs are made in China. Lights are made in China, candles are made in China, even anything you ask is made in China. I really do not know these water bottles are made in India or made in India, right? China. No, I am not really, I am absolutely not really having any contention there, because when the business enterprise, please try to understand, you are all the management people, when the business enterprise has broken the silos. Just now, Professor Pratihar has also used the word silos. Silo, you understand silo? How many of you have clarity about a silo and do not have the clarity of silo? I am standing here, I will give my time, but then I want you to really understand the basics. Fundamentally, you should understand the topic today which Ma'am Usha Ramanathan is going to talk to you. If you don't understand the very topic, right, यहाँ पर बैठने का कोई absolutely meaning नहीं होता. ये बताइए, how many of you have understood what I have asked? Silo का meaning. I am ready to explain you. ठीक है, मान लेते हैं कि you do not want to say that you do not know, but then not knowing is not a sin. Right? It is always good to say that I do not know when you do not know. Right? But then it is absolutely dangerous to say when you do not know, I know. बहुत गड़बड़ हो जाएगा. गड़बड़ ये हो जाएगा अगर यही चीज़ एक डॉक्टर ने कहता है, वो जानता नहीं है कि जो मरीज़ को मरीज़ को बीमारी कौन सा है, वो जानता नहीं है, बिल्कुल नॉलेज ही नहीं है. अगर दवाई देता है, वो डेंजरस है ना. सो नो, इफ़ यू डू नॉट नो, absolutely accept that you do not know. Silo is this particular jar. This particular jar is a airtight, tight jacketed container holding water. Okay. अगर ये इंडिया है, if I really say that this is India, that is China, that is again America and Canada and all that various nations, each of them, and each of them within that particular jar, business is happening. Is it happening between the jars? No. When will that happen? When you break these particular jars and put everything together in absolutely open. Okay? Business can flow from one country to another country, to another country, to another country. This is exactly what is supply chain. Chain का मतलब, I will just come back to you. Supply. Okay? Supply is controlled by what? Demand. जहाँ demand है, वहाँ you have got to make the silo, this one, they break the silos and then start supplying. Demand India में ज़्यादा है मोबाइल का, क्योंकि we are not happy with one mobile, because I have two pockets in my pants. There should be two mobiles. In fact, I am also having two mobiles. Right? One is for exclusively for official purposes, one is for my personal purposes. Okay? So now I have two mobiles. So now just imagine 40% or 50% of Indian population, 1.4 billion population, 40% of that one goes for one mobile. What is the demand of the mobile? बहुत ही ज़्यादा है. Now, let me connect. There is a demand for mobile, the gadget in India. There is a huge demand, great demand. Okay, and the consumer is very specific. The consumer, just now I explained you the consumer, hostel food ka or Zomato ka. Consumer is absolutely specific, right? When it comes to his personal possession, he doesn't even think for a second to invest 70,000 rupees for Apple mobile. To gift another Apple mobile to his girlfriend, or a girlfriend to gift it to her boyfriend, they don't even look at the price. Maximum consumption or the bikri जो mobile हो रहा है इस अभी, right? It is the Apple mobile, and which is the most expensive mobile. तो यहाँ पर which is really defining your business of mobile, right? Your choice, right? So now which is absolutely very difficult to really explain that one. This is where supply chain becomes very complex, very complex. And here, if Apple mobile is really completely manufactured here, assembled and manufactured here, which is of late happening, okay? China is another place where it has the large population which is technically skilled. From the semiconductors to you name anything, to the safety pin which we are using. The safety pins are not made in India. Let me tell you one thing. The nail cutters, they are not made in India, made in Korea. Just look at this. Why they have the business in India? A nail cutter made in Korea has a business in India because it is available at a cheaper cost. And if India starts making that one, the cost of that nail cutter will be 3 times or 4 times or 5 times higher. Anybody has a question that why are we not having the technical skill, and then why we cannot really manufacture that one at a cheaper cost? Who will answer from the audience? आज हम keynote address दे रहे हैं, right? Who will answer from the audience? Why are we not able to manufacture anything? Simple, I will take the example of a nail cutter at the cost which is sustainable. I am using the words, okay, for your understanding. At the cost sustainable at the global market. Global market में फुसेगा नहीं अपना cost of production. क्यों? Anybody? Pardon? थोड़ा microphone है? Technology, we don't have the technology. ठीक है, we don't have the technology of proper
The cost of the raw material and transforming it into the finished products,
right.
that is not feasible.
So this is one of the major complex things is that world में India is having the highest skilled manpower, means human power. I will not make gender this one. It is world में ITA मान लीजिएगा, पॉलिटिक्स मिक्स कर दीजिएगा, बीटेक कर बीजी कर दीजिएगा, जो भी है वर्ल्ड में टुडे highest skilled manpower who can communicate in a language which is globally sustainable. I am trying to use the word sustainable in so many forms so that you understand the meaning of that word. Right? We can speak in English. But then the problem which he has stated is that the challenges of supply chain. Raw material इस जगह में है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट इस जगह में है, ठीक है, और रॉ मटेरियल वहाँ पर निकालने के लिए इट नीड्स स्टील मतलब आयरन ओर चाहिए, राइट? आयरन ओर, ओडिशा इज दी आई थिंक 6th or 7th or 5th वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट आयरन ओर मैन्युफैक्चर आर प्रोड्यूसिंग कंट्री. ओके, कोल भी है इंडिया में, वी हैव कोल, वी हैव आयरन ओर, and then we have technology. We have engineering, mining engineering, NIT Rourkela is producing mining engineers. And then we need civil engineers, we are producing civil engineers. Professor Susir Kumar is there. And then we need some bit of ceramics and all that one. Pratihar is ready to really share. And then we need management, and then Professor Chandan Kumar is there. We have the ability. But then somewhere we are not able to make the product, manufacture the product, which is sustainable in the global market. That means our process, whatever the process that we are involving, the question is that if it is a public sector unit, right, I will just tell you why things have become like this in our country is that public sector unit, a government industry, right. मेरा घर में there is a servant maid, okay, and she is now not there. She was working for some time. She had a daughter, okay. She had only one ambition, that her daughter should get a job, a permanent job in NIT Rourkela, whatever may be the job, the lowest or anything, but then it should be a government and permanent job. तो मैंने पूछा एक दिन, क्यों आप ये सोचते हो कि जॉब रहना एसेंशियल है, बट देन व्हाई शुड इट बी ए गवर्नमेंट जॉब? तो उन्होंने कहा कि गवर्नमेंट जॉब में काम करने का जरूरत नहीं और पेंशन भी मिलेगा. पूछेगा वो सस्टेनेबल, विदाउट वर्किंग आपका गुजारा सस्टेनेबल. तो आपका ये बिना काम करते हुए गुजारा सस्टेनेबल होता है, तो कॉस्ट किसके ऊपर आ रहा है? प्रोडक्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आ रहा है. इफ एवरीबडी इन ए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट, इफ people are working at 30% level of availability, cost तो ऑटोमेटिक बढ़ता है, राइट. चाइना में ऐसा नहीं होता है. We have Germans in Rourkela because they are doing lot of technical knowledge sharing with steel manufacturing, right. When they come to the, that's what I was told by one of the EDs, when they come to the factory in the morning, they will not take lunch break. In their bag, they will just have one apple and then work till the job is completed, and then have a absolutely lion's share of dinner. जो भी खाना है खाएंगे. जब काम में involve है, they will not take any break of that work, right. Is it sustainable in Indian context? समोसा खा के हम ऑफिस जाएंगे, ऑफिस जाने के बाद गप्पा मारना है, चाय पीना है, ब्रेक हो गया, चाय पीने के बाद इधर उधर देखना है और 11-11:30 काम शुरू करेंगे. 12 बजे और 12:30 बजे लंच ब्रेक होगा. लंच ब्रेक होने के बाद कहीं पेड़ के नीचे जो भी है वो थोड़ा सोना है. सोने के बाद उठेंगे 3:30 बजे और 4 बजे. उठने के बाद फिर से 2 बिस्किट के साथ चाय पीना है. चाय पीते पे से टेबल पे आ गया तो घर जाने का टाइम आ गया. I am not telling anything discouraging, but then India now belongs to you. India now belongs to you. Why we are slowly coming out of that particular public sector units into a privatization is that we have the ability, we have the knowledge, but then we don't have the intention to work. Bah. Thank you. When we come to the institution, if you define that I have taken admission in School of Management, right, to gain some knowledge so that my career will be sustainable tomorrow. For that gaining the knowledge, inputs, you should not be adopting any malpractices. Yes or no? Right? क्योंकि आपका ज्ञान का जो भंडार है ना, अभी ज्ञान का भंडार है, right? वो शुद्ध रहना है, प्योर रहना है. If you are not really understanding the purpose for which you are here in School of Management, and then इधर से उधर से इधर से उधर से नकल करके आप पास करेंगे या प्रोजेक्ट करेंगे या कुछ भी करेंगे, पास होके जाएंगे तो क्या करेंगे? Is it sustainable? It is not sustainable. Okay, I think I have really touched upon, just so far I have just only tried to explain you resilient supply chain and sustainability. अभी यहाँ goods में क्या होता है, why the nail cutter is really very expensive in India is that manufacturing unit से it has to come either by train, it has to come by road, or if it has to come from Korea, from the port, the container से यहाँ आना है, यहाँ आने के लिए once again goods train or your road journey. How many of you travel in the evening bus from Rourkela to Bhubaneswar? नहीं, इसमें कोई शर्माने की बात नहीं, राइट, आराम से राइट से देखिए. We travel by bus, right, and we prefer bus because trains are that day not available. And if the train is available, yesterday one chief guest was to come and the train was 8 hours late from Kharagpur to this place, which is just about 4 hours journey. 4 hours journey का ट्रेन 8 घंटा लेट है. नहीं, हंसने की बात नहीं, it's all our own making, my dear. Alright, so now what is happening is that these are all undefined challenges or bottlenecks in the business in India. Right? And we have opened our business market globally. Anybody can really start their business enterprise in India, but then यहाँ पर वो फुसेगा नहीं. It is not absolutely break even. I am using another word, break even. Means cost of production to cost of, or the profit, and then that one, selling. It is not becoming break even for them. Right? The reason is that a lot of permissions are required. Lot many permissions are required. And then to start any, एक ब्रिक के ऊपर दूसरा ब्रिक रखने के लिए अगर आपको 2 साल का टाइम चाहिए for getting all sorts of permissions, क्या बिजनेस करेगा कोई भी? So these are all undefined challenges for the business to flourish. If semiconductors are now become a absolutely what you call as a घरों में मैन्युफैक्चर हो रहा है, थाईलैंड, वियतनाम, what is that called? I don't know. Professor Chandan Sahu? No, Taiwan में, no. If you are start manufacturing in the house, the houses, it has there is a one word, I memory short हो गया मेरा, उम्र भी बढ़ रहा है तो, right, anyway, cottage industry, fine. It has now semiconductor manufacturing has now become a cottage industry. Cottage industry within a house. You don't need, there again you have got to understand business enterprise, your management में. Cottage industry का बड़ा industry में क्या होता है? बाटा शू शोरूम में खरीदेंगे उदित नगर, जहाँ AC चलता है 365 days. Whether it is absolutely outside, inside temperature भी एकदम ठंड भी गिरे तो अंदर AC चलता है. Right? कामते स्वेटर मफलर सब बांध करके बाटा शोरूम में जाएंगे, बाटा शू खरीदेंगे, वो इट विल बी 6,999 और 9,999. ठीक है, वो रहेगा. राइट, द सेम शू और बेटर चप्पल फुटपाथ पे खरीदेंगे, राइट, इट इज 199 रुपीज, क्योंकि there is no overhead charges. There is absolutely no overhead. And China today is really manufacturing everything without overhead. They are not doing any magic. They have understood what exactly is the resilience in supply chain management and its sustainability. They have really understood that particular sentence. which we are now trying to have some GIAN through this GIAN program. Right? If you really do not eliminate the overhead charges, the cost, the vegetable, the cost of tomatoes by the manufacturer or the farmer may be 50 paisa per kg. ठीक है? 50 paisa per kg. When it comes to Udit Nagar or any that market, it becomes 50 rupees per kg. Because of all the transport cost, the diesel that is burnt, and then the road and everything, and then every check post, right, toll gate, you are paying all that. This is all coming on us. It is all coming on us. So this is in essence the total resilient supply chain and sustainability, because there are some undefined things, that is customer's choice. This is absolutely very difficult to define. Customer may prefer pizza, customer may again object for 140 rupees. This is a psyche of the customer. Customer doesn't have any objection for Apple phone, customer may have an objection to pay the current bill. So now this is what exactly is happening globally, which is making this supply chain management resilient and sustainable. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and valuable insights. Your leadership and vision continue to guide and inspire us all. I now have the privilege of welcoming our eminent foreign expert, Professor Usha Ramanathan, to grace the event with a few words.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. First of all, I should convey my sincere thanks to Professor MPS. I call him MPS. It's very easy for me, as well as it's very kind to mention him in the name of Manvendra Singh Dhoni. Initially, I thought he is Manvendra Singh. Then I realized it's Manvendra Pratap Singh. He contacted me before 1.5 years when I was working in the University of Nottingham, Nottingham Trent University. It's one of the universities in the Nottingham, city of Nottingham. Since then, it has been developed into GIAN program. Now I am here because of him. Thanks for that. So it's a great pleasure to thank everyone from this team. First, I have to thank Professor Shishir Kumar, GIAN local coordinator. And I would like to thank HOD, Dean, Director, and everyone in this room for being here. My pleasure is not only coming back to India and talking to you guys, but I am learning from you that what is really missing in this country at this stage. I am not qualified to talk about inabilities of current scenario in India as a foreigner. However, what I can do here is how can we make this sustainable happen in every single way. As Professor Uma Maheshwarji said, there are many dimensions for sustainability. Business can be sustainable. We can talk about green sustainability, or we can talk about sustainable supply chain in a sustained way. That's what he was in a concrete, a very, it's a very capsule type of explanation he has given in different examples of silo, working in silo. If you are having only transactional level of business, that means you are buying from me, I'll be giving the item. If you do it, then there is no collaboration. There is no sustainability as well. When you are going further, if you are collaborating with your supplier and collaborating with your buyer as well, if you are in the middle of the supply chain, that means you are collaborating with other countries. He was asking one question, a very interesting question, why we cannot give the safety pin for a cheaper price. Sorry, can I get some water? Cheaper price, my answer is mass production in same compound. That means premise should have everything in-house. Your raw material should be closer to you. It should be like a short supply chain, but mass production. That is my answer for him. I don't know whether he was expecting the same thing. When I noticed in China, I visited China. I was lucky enough to go to 8 or 9 different countries to see the manufacturing of different products. China has got bigger manufacturing plants, which is almost like half of this city size. If you are traveling from one end of the factory, you'll end up in another 5-6 miles, the another end of the factory. That means such a huge factory, everything will be inside that house. We call it as in-house raw material. It is within the house. So that means your movements are very less. Everything will be assembled in the same place. Production, assembly, even the packaging, labeling, everything will happen in one place. That we are missing currently. Odisha is a great place for having steel. We are having capabilities, we are having efficiency, skills, manpower, technology, everything we have, but we are not having the space facilitating everything in one particular roof. That's my understanding. I am not very much familiar with this part of the country. However, what is missing now as student is we are not taking the responsibility of being green. Green supply chain, when we talk about, we are also part of it. We are all stakeholders of many products. We are using mobile phones, we are using laptops, we are using so many other gadgets, but we are not bothered of several things, not only in India, in any other country if you go. Students are using several of the electronic products almost 24 hours because you sleep late and you get up late. When you sleep late, probably you might be using your laptop for until you sleep. Your phone will be on charge, even if it's complete, fully charged, it will be on the charge. So charger will be on. That means you are emitting CO2 unknowingly as a user. So we are not green by our behaviors. So how to become green? Before going to supply chain, how can we make ourselves green? If you have noticed that I have been looking at the phone screen, my screen is emitting. I am not a good user. That means I cannot put my phone on. I need some notes for myself. I need it. So we have to be very sensible of what we are doing, how much we are emitting every day. There are certain, actually Indian student who was studying in UK. She has given me one app of how to calculate our own CO2. During my session, I can show you how to calculate our travel CO2. So CO2 emission is happening. We can't avoid travel in the car. We can't avoid certain things in our life. But how can we be responsible in order to contribute less CO2 to the globe? So that's what we are going to do. Here the topic is very interesting, resilient supply chains and sustainability. How can we create resilience from one person and then to the organization, if you are working in any organization, then to the society, then how it's really impacting the environment. So we are going from level 1 as a person, then we'll be supporting greenness in the college or in the university or in the company where you are working. Then you are going to the next level, next level, next level. That means that's what we are currently doing through SDGs. SDG is Sustainable Development Goal. We are having many goals which were developed by the countries who already achieved certain level of greenness. And India is one of the global country which is going to contribute to the global GDP in a great way. We are having many young population and we have to be very proud of what we are capable of. We know many things, but we do not know how to explicitly contribute to the global economy as well as through the circular economy. In my last project, which was conducted in Coimbatore, which is south side of India, it was funded by GCRF, Global Challenge Research Fund. We have done the sustainable plastic related program. We are using plastic. Nothing is wrong in using plastic. How you are recycling the plastic? Can you make something out of it? And if you are bringing one household of plastic for a year, you can make one chair. That means still you are using plastic. You are making something out of plastic, wasted plastic. So that means we are contributing in a very minimum epsilon level. Then we can go to the maximum of creating something positively. The global change is happening with household change. If you change yourself, probably you can be contributing to economy, you can be contributing to the society, and you will be the good citizen. How do you empower yourself? Understand the concept, then you can see what newness can be created. Nuance is not coming out of the blue. If you want to have a nuance in your business, in your organization, in your education, you have to put some effort. So creativity, we are teaching creativity and innovation. But innovation, creativity, it has to come from within you. Even if you are learning something, nobody can teach you exactly, but your brain will tell you this is the way you have to behave. So a student is the instrumental person. So every student is instrumental in order to change the world. First you change your house, then change your office, then you can contribute positively. So let me have certain things which are really important for us to go for the next session. It's about, first session is about supply chain management. Professor Uma Maheshwarji, he has talked about silo and supply chain management very clearly. But my job is, what is there in supply chain? Why do we need to know? If I'm not going to work with any company, why should I need to know supply chain management, sustainability, resilience? First thing is, all of us are supply chain stakeholders. If you are drinking water, if you are eating, you are part of a food supply chain. If you are drinking, you are part of the water supply chain. And if you are breathing oxygen, you are part of the global supply chain in different ways. That means CO2 is there and oxygen is there in the air. All of us are contributors as well as we are emitting. So many things are happening around the world. So here what we are doing is, we are talking about modern technology in supply chain. How supply chain can use modern technology not for reducing the emission, to convey the message to the next supply chain partner. As he said, silo, every country is there, but they can convey the message through modern communication technology, smart technologies. Then the data is collected. We don't need to talk to each other, only technology will be interacting with each other. Then the data will be collected in the cloud and we'll be doing big data analysis. That decision making will be the job of every company. So in supply chain, we are going to talk about technological importance in the supply chain to reduce the greenhouse gas emission or CO2 emission. So how we are going to be exactly behaving in order to contribute to the positive greenness of the global supply chain. So I'll be talking about those aspects. So I'm not going to unveil everything now. You may get bored later. So let me say a few things now. I'll make you to wait, and waiting is really interesting if you are interested in the topic. And one particular request, if you know the topic, don't think that that's ending. You have many more things to learn. And at this age, I'm happy to go for Microsoft Word. I don't say that I know Word, MS Word, why should I learn? We have to be ready for certain things. Something or the new improvement will be going into our mind. Even Excel, if normally when I ask students to do programming in Excel, what is a program? Why should I do all these things? Actually, LP can be made solved by the solver. It's in Excel. But many students, they want only SPSS because they want to go for the higher level of things which will be easier for them to get the result. So without knowing the background calculation, you may not be good in calculating CO2. So I'm going to teach LCA calculation, how to do the LCA, life cycle analysis calculation, what is the sustainable impact assessment, and all these things are through only the projects what I have conducted in the earlier last 2-3 years. And it's not only from India, it's from European countries, UK, where I got major projects. I'll be talking about the short food supply chain as well as big supply chain, global supply chain. I'll see you later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. We are truly looking forward to engaging in more interactive sessions and gaining further insights from you. On behalf of everyone present, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries and guests who have graced us with their presence today. First, I extend my sincere thanks to our Honorable Director Sir, Professor Uma Maheshwar Rao, for taking time out of his busy schedule to join us. Your inspiring leadership and invaluable guidance continue to be a source of motivation for all of us. Next, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our eminent foreign expert, Professor Usha Ramanathan, for sharing our profound knowledge with us. Your insights have greatly enriched this session, and we look forward to more engaging discussions. I am also grateful to our Dean of Shriek, Professor Swadesh Kumar Pratihar, for your encouraging words and continuous support. Your vision and contributions to the academic community are truly commendable. A special thanks to our Head of Department, Professor Chandan Kumar Sahu, for your invaluable contribution and leadership. Your dedication to excellence is always evident and inspiring. Our sincere appreciation goes to our GIAN local coordinator, Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu, for your commitment to making this event a success. Your efforts are deeply appreciated by all of us. Last but not least, I would like to thank our GIAN course coordinator, Dr. Manvendra Pratap Singh, for facilitating this wonderful initiative. Your hard work and dedication have made this event possible, and we are grateful for your contributions. Thank you to all the participants and attendees for making this event a success. We look forward to continuing this journey of learning and collaboration. Now, I would like to close the day by inviting all you for the high tea. Thank you everyone. Have a good day.
Inaugural session.
You can say it's not closing session. They know that. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to this GIAN program. This is our first day, and we are going to talk about supply chain management. And I would like to welcome you, each one of you. We are mostly MBA students and some faculties are here. Thanks for coming. And it's definitely going to be a great session with your participation. Now we will be talking about supply chain and what is supply chain management, what are the networkings available in supply chain, and big data analysis for today. So, okay, today's course will be within 2 sessions under the day 1. I will be covering supply chain management, supply chain collaborations and networking, role of big data analysis in supply chains. Then we will be talking about a case. The case will be from today's case will be from Fisher. It is talking about several supply chains. One example is given as agri sector, but there are many different topics covered in Fisher's case study, which will be done in the evening today. So, supply chain, when you are talking about supply chain, it is a kind of chain which is connecting people. So, that is a name it has come from the chain. Chain is linking to the next, it is not ending. So, when you are having the network of all organizations, resources, activities and technology, in order to create, that means produce any item, any product, and if you want to sell it, then you can take the supply chain's help from the delivery of resource materials to the end person. End person can be a person, it can be retail store, it can be anyone who is buying the product. So, this is a definition, it is a comprehensive definition. There is no one single definition which is covering supply chain management. If you look at certain books, very famous books like Nigel Slack's book, you might be seeing the same thing in a different way. So, supply chain is the one which is connecting resources, organizations, activities and technology involved in production of items and selling from the point of raw material until the finished goods going to the consumer's hands. This is called supply chain. When you are managing it with different tasks, then we call it a supply chain management. We can manage with the help of technology, we can manage with certain contracts, we can manage the supply chain through collaboration, we can manage it with networking, and so many other things are involved. So, supply chain is mainly required for the functional products, Innovative products, functional products are commodities which are used in our daily life. And innovative products are the one which are laptop, or we can talk about mobile phones, computer, laptop, already I said laptop. There are many other things which are not normally bought every single day. Other than functional product, all are classified as innovative products, because we are not buying it every day. We need certain level of innovation to make the product. So, we are calling it as innovative product. This particular diagram, if you look at it, European food supply chain is really helping to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. When you are having the supply chain partners, everyone are responsible for making the reduction of CO2. So, that is what it is given here. We will be seeing each one of these raw material supplier. Let us start with this raw material supplier. Raw material supplier can be from anywhere around the globe. For example, if you are making some steel production in Odisha, as our professor said today, professor said about why we are not making, but think about you are making some new product in Odisha, say stainless steel vessels for cookware. Steel is coming from your own country, and you can mold it using some coal. Coal can be available locally, or you can buy from nearest places, and then that is called raw material. Steel is raw material, coal is raw material, and raw material is not only the tangible one. Certain intangible raw materials, that are skill sets, what is required to create the product. So, raw material, what you are touching and seeing, they are all tangible raw materials. Indirectly you are using your skills and you are using the labor, and machinery is again tangible, but level of competency of the machinery, that is also kind of ingredient which is helping to create the product. So, next it goes to the manufacturer. Once the product is produced, it goes to the manufacturer, but I said product is produced but not fully. So, raw material is converted into the plate, that is also material, that is a raw material for the next person. So, you are converting the normal steel into steel plate, that is happening in the raw material. Then that material, it is again a product, that is a product, sheet is a product which goes to the manufacturer in a different way. So, it is what we say as a complete finished product is not necessarily finished product for everyone. So, for the raw material supplier, he has done the job, that product is finished. So, that product is ready to be sold, for him it is a finished product. But manufacturer, he will say it is only the sheet of steel, it is not a finished product, I have to mold it to different shape. So, manufacturer is making some processes within the manufacturing plant, he is putting some effort, he is doing investment for the machinery, he is appointing some skilled people, and then they are working towards finished product of vessels. Stainless steel vessel is a finished product for the manufacturer. Then he is sending it through distributor, van, it can be in-house, maybe they can use the 3PL, third party logistic, they can send it from the manufacturing plant to different parts of the country. India is such a big country, so whereas Odisha is in one side of it, we can send it around the country itself, not necessarily around the globe. So, they are sending by truck, it can be road or rail, any kind of transport, road transport, rail transport, water carrier, and you can use the airlines as well. So, you can choose which is important for you. Mainly we are talking about 4 different transports: rail, it is motor carrier, rail, and then rail is not connected throughout. Motor carrier is connecting every part of the country, but rail is not available throughout the country, certain parts are disconnected. And third one is water carrier. Water carrier is ship, again ship is not available for all the cities. And then airlines, airways are connecting certain countries, but why should I send my low value product through my airlines services? They will have the third party logistic for airlines as well. So, based on the requirement, based on the value of the product, the manufacturer will decide how to distribute it. So, once a distributor is taking the in charge, the control is with distributor now, No more it's dependent on the manufacturer. He has given the job to someone else. He is taking the item and he is going to the wholesaler. So, wholesaler will be selling lot of things together, whole as a whole. Yeah, plenty of items as a mass selling. Then retailers will buy from the wholesaler. So, retailers or the retail stores what you are seeing in the city centers, and then end user, you are the end user. End users can be consumers. So, retailers will be selling to your parents probably, and you are all staying in the campus, you may not be exactly the end user. In this case here our parents are buying, you are consuming it. So, end user and consumers not necessarily be the same. End user can just buy it, but consumers are really consuming the product. But here according to this diagram, end users are the buyers. Okay. Now, when you are having all these network partners, we are all talking about the supply chain members, we call it as node. Each supply chain node, raw material supplier is one node, manufacturer one node, and distributor another node. Node is not one, it can be many. I cannot draw all of them, so it is written like this. We call tier, tier is a common word for suppliers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whoever is closer to the producer, he will be called as tier 1. So, manufacturing is the main core idea of this particular supply chain diagram. For the manufacturer, tier 1 is maybe metal supplier, tier 1 supplier. For metal supplier, raw metal, whoever is supplying to the metal supplier tier 1, he is called tier 2 supplier. So, if you are going away from this manufacturer, so you will be having supplier tier 1, supplier tier 2, sorry. Okay. So, next let me show you how it is happening in the milk supply chain. These are just example to kick start the session. Here supply chain, when we are having this supply chain, look at the top left corner here, it is very simple supply chain. See, when you are having the food supply chain, normal rule of thumb is it should be short supply chain, but we are talking about global supply chains nowadays. Even we are getting milk bottle from UK and other countries, but rule of thumb for the supply chain is if it is possible to get locally, go for local production and local consumption. So, it is called short food supply chain. It should be short, within 10 miles radius. Here when you are talking about the dairy product, say dairy product here, I think Amul is very famous, right, in this part of the country. I do not know about other names. If for example, Amul is a dairy product which is produced here, it is sending throughout the country. Why? Why it is not short food supply chain? Amul is a product which is around everywhere in the India, around India everywhere you can find it. Why? Why not short food supply chain? Any answer? So, I said one concept, yes. Amul is a dairy product which is around this country everywhere. It is not just following short food supply chain. Why?
This is not likely that no other made like Nandini from Karnataka, Kerala has some also, in Odisha also Ompet, but they are not so big as compared to Amul. And Amul has not restricted to dairy product only. He has diversified into chocolate and other products. So it has diversified many fields that it has now become a household name. So it is we cannot say it like a small scale industry or a small product. It has now become a national product.
Yes.
So its reach has been gone to everywhere in the country.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's a diversified and big company. They have many capabilities and resources to give it to others. Short food supply chain is restricted only when you are not having enough supply to distribute to the local. Other than local, nobody can gain it. So already we are in short of supply, then you will go for short food supply chain. Sorry.
It's basically a company which is present all over India. Maybe they are not having regional warehouses or regional production capacity. So they have to, like the local players in Odisha, suppose, they might be having their cold storage chain in all the districts. But Amul may not be having that capacity. They might be strong in their logistics part. They can manufacture in a particular place and can transport it. They might be strong in warehousing part. So
Yes.
depends.
Thanks, sir. So sir is saying something that Amul has got capacity to collaborate with other partners to keep the cold storage alive. That means cold storage will be keeping the product for long, be sold and different distributors place. Thank you, sir.
Amul case study basically, what is happening, the mother initially started in the Gujarat, okay, but they have the technology in processing the milk, and the local supplier is in whatever the requirement is there, that is not in India, that is not provided in all area. In Gujarat, what is happening, the supplier is very nearest to Amul factory, and the processing unit is, they are manufacturing the most technology nowadays technology. Whenever they are going to the other state, that facility is not there. So that opportunity are getting for the local supplier. And how basically the volume of the processing for the Amul industries is very high, which subject to the raw material supply. The same quantity of milk is not viable in on that geographical area. So Amul is not setting up everywhere plant. Just he is collaborated with the local guys for processing, but in the small quantity, and that is not sufficient for the demand and supply imbalance.
Yes, thank you, sir. So as I make it as a cooperative society, local cooperative society model, there are many models we have, and this is cooperative society model. Local farmers will be bringing the milk to one particular central location. They will be using the same quality control from Amul. Am I right, sir? Yes. So these are the different models available. When you are looking at this figure, dairy product is going from the farm and it's taken to the container, refrigerated special vehicle. We call it a special vehicle. Temperature should not be dropping, it should be maintained at the same level. Then it goes to the pasteurization. Pasteurization is keeping the milk in a high quality by removing the impurities, and then it's again refrigerated van is taking it to the other places. Next manufacturer, he is going to the next manufacturer. Packaging is happening. That means, see how many times it's transported. Every arrow mark, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means cost is added. It's not happening in single place. Sometimes it may go here 5A, this is 5B. Every single arrow is different. It can go this way. If I am going for 6, 7, 8, 9 to 10 different travel. That means the cost of milk may be for 1 liter equivalent 20p. Maybe 20 rupees. That if it is equivalent to that, then finally you will be paying how much is 1 liter of milk? 60 rupees. So instead of 20 rupees, you are ending up paying 60 rupees because 30% of our cost, supply chain cost, is embedded within the logistics. So this is not only for India, for around the globe. Normally 30%, this is proven, and it's in many articles. I myself have written as article, 30% of logistical cost is considered as your price. Price what you are paying is 30% of the logistical cost. If you are getting something in the market, if it is locally produced, that cost will be reduced. In this case, it is not necessarily local or flight. If you look at 5B, it is airlines is taking, otherwise it is only local, but still local is not happening within one particular travel. There are many transportation involved. When you are having more modes of transport, then you will be paying more money. So, in that case, so you will be having
Don't press this.
Oh.
Don't press this.
Okay. So, the transportation cost is one of the major costs embedded within the supply chain. Okay. As a future logistical manager or supply chain manager, what you need to do is try to reduce the cost of logistics. If you can't do it in single place, if you are leaving it to others to process it, what Professor said, we can take, Amul is doing it, others will be taking care of it. For example, the best thing in pizza, all are talking about pizza. Pizza is having the profit margin of very high in the food sector. Pizza is giving only the formula, and they are giving the dry wheat flour and others in a packaging. It goes to the pizza mixing area. Everything is already processed. So, you do not need to know the know-how of how to do it. So, another thing is in the supply chain, next term what we are saying is know-how. Know-how is how to understand. Know-how is a term, I am not using it, it is there for many years. So, if you want to know how it has been done, the technology behind doing things, that is called know-how. Know-how is actually it was introduced in Japan long before. Japan is pioneering in technology, all of us know it. Japan was giving the product to other countries including USA. So, and Japan people are always very much attached, loyal to the company. They will not be changing the job. In that case, USA has created some new idea of taking the knowledge. So, that means only know-how is required from the expert. Instead of hiring many people from the same company from Toyota in Japan, they have hired only few know-how people, that means technologists. They will be giving the idea, transferring the knowledge to the next set of people, that they will be taking the knowledge and they will be building on it. That is what we are doing in India. We are having IT hub here and many IT professionals are here, you are having the job opportunity. But here when you are talking about supply chain, IT professionals should be there in the whole supply chain. Now, my question, how to reduce the number of arrows here? Using technology. I said how technology is used, how to remove these extra arrows, that means extra travel using technology. But here we can't. Yeah.
Basically, what is happening? The manufacturing unit is in one location, the distributor is one location. We have cell technology. We are not using the cell technology basically. Where in the cell technology, what is happening? The manufacturing unit, the supplier, the distributor, all are in one geographical area, and they are direct dealing to the end users. They are not taking the wholesaler, distributor, so many things are not there. So, the product direct interlink with the technology, that the GPS systems, real-time data collection, which will giving the input data to the supplier, the demand and supply imbalancing is going on the, for the include the technology like the real data capture.
Thanks, sir.
One thing that one technology nowadays very fruitful, pre-order basis. Nowadays most mobile manufacturer use this technology. They announce pre-order booking. So based on that, they would have a basic data, what is the demand of the customer, what kind of volume they are requiring. So on the basis of this data, one manufacturer can presume what is my requirement. Accordingly, he will put their transportation or dispatch schedule accordingly. So these things can be adaptive free in this scenario also. They could have a demand requirement, and accordingly they have to put their transport and logistics arrangements.
Yes, thank you, sir. So route maximization and route facilitations are embedded with what he said. Thanks for that. So here, when you are a management science student, not normal management student, will be doing the modeling. Yes, you want to do? Yes.
Want to add one thing, like Amazon and Flipkart in India itself using the data for reducing the delivery time. Earlier in Amazon deliver the product in 7 to 8 days all over the India, but nowadays in a 1 day in a tier 1 or tier 2 cities or tier 3 city, around 3 days are delivered. They are using the data for how many orders are coming from this city. They are set up the one warehouse there. They are using the transportation like direct to the warehouse and then to the household. They are using the data like the order frequency, like if the Rourkela having a more order frequency, then he set up a one warehouse near the Rourkela for reducing the delivery time.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. So delivery time is reduced if you know the data. So demand data, if it's known to you, what will be the future demand, accordingly you will be making the supply. What he said is exactly now happening in different parts of the countries. You will be setting up the different delivery units, not the manufacturing unit. Here what another possibility here, these two and 3, you can make use of as one element. So one is refrigerating, collecting the milk, and then they are transporting, that is number 2 after 1. A refrigerator tanker transports the milk by road from processing factory, that means in between there is one processing factory. Can we combine these two? Is it possible to go with collaboration? Can we have the collaboration with 2 different partners, make it as one, so you can reduce it from one point of view. Other one, what he said is the last mile delivery. So both the academics, they said we can go for the data. That means everybody is talking about data. How wisely can you talk about the data, and how can you use the data? So data is everywhere. Now we are having the mobile data, social media data, and whether we can convert every data, every hands up emojis and every sad face, can I convert those into the big data and make the analysis? Do I need to do it for small supply chain like milk supply chain? It is essential. You will be buying one TV for 2 years, only one TV for the family, but milk every day you are buying. If you add the amount of money what you are spending for the milk, water, juice and other commodities, common commodities, your add up value is much higher than your price what you are paying for the TV. So obviously, you have to decide which supply chain is going to be making a higher impact, and then how you are going to decide it. If you are a supplier, you may have to think of last mile delivery as well, supplier of milk. After manufacturing it comes to you. So supplier name I am using different in different context. If you have noticed, supplier can be manufacturer, supplier can be raw material supplier, and even the wholesaler can be supplier to the retailer. So supplier is a term which is used one level before selling. Selling to the market or selling to the other retailer, it is different matter. So one level above. Now the concept is, when you are looking at this, other examples are given. My question now, I said supplier is a name which is common for the supply chain and different nodes. I am talking about this one, we call it as upstream. What is the name for here? The final. Now let me put something here. Is it going somewhere? No. Okay, what is this? So it's a retail outlet. Okay. First I started with raw material. If I say raw material is upstream supplier, what is the name for the last retailer? It's not ending, but can make it as its retailer. This is a retailer, name I am giving it as retailer. You are going to buy from there. So can you make opposite of up? Down, downstream, downstream. So downstream is a supply chain end. Upstream is a one which is really making the effort to put the things together to prepare the material. Okay, now who is important, upstream or downstream? Both are important. Who will be creating, stirring the demand? Downstream. Downstream is steering, that means they are the driving force for creating the demand. Upstream is giving it back. Now let's come, somebody was talking about lean and other things, let's come to that point. It's only an introduction of the supply chain. If someone is asking for a new item, for example in the mobile phone, I want my local language. Now we have everything. Before 20 years we didn't have the local language because that was no smartphone. That was not only, that was only ordinary phone, not smartphone. When you are having the new expectation from the market, it has to go to the upstream. What is the primary thing to connect upstream and downstream? This is upstream, this is downstream. I am here as an end user. I want to get something from upstream. So upstream is giving item to downstream. So if I am doing it this way, arrow, all items are coming here, something is going up. So I want to get something from here. Feedback.
You are talking about the local language. Suppose the demand of the local language will be high, then that information will go to the upstream level and they will develop the same and they will provide the.
So yes. So information will go, one is feedback, yes. What else? It's not in any book.
Customer satisfaction is there.
Customer satisfaction, yes.
So then the requirement will be generated at the upper stream. And same data will be analysis by other company also, and they will develop the same in the basic things, basically the input things. That's so the improvement process is not.
Okay. So let's come to the point. Now what he said is correct. You will get the information. You will be asking about the feedback, customer satisfaction. But something is missing, that I want to give some new item to the customer. Customer market research will tell you what is required. Normal items you will get the feedback. If you are keeping some item in the shelf, if it is not sold, that information is called demand information, actual demand. So that means something is not sold, it is still lying in the shelf. That demand information will go to the upstream. He will identify something is wrong with the product. In case if it is not going for, if it is not for milk, if it is for a higher value product, if it is not sold for many days, he will come back to the market and make the market research. If you are a marketing student, you might be knowing market research is important to get the information. So whenever people are asking for new product, market research will tell exactly what is required from the consumers. Now I have the feeling when I am traveling, I feel like, okay, this is missing in this country, that is missing in that other country. So how can we do it? But it is not available from one country supplier to the other country supplier until smartphone or smart information exchange happened. Nowadays everything is openly available. If you want to see how supply chain is working for Walmart, we can click in the Google, you can see how many items or how many new items are being kept in the Walmart shop. It is so much open. So it is called transparent information exchange. Transparent information exchange. We call it a smart technology, but smart technology is only the technology. Information cannot be communicated. Smart information or open information should be like a contract. If you go to any shop, what is a very big shop here in this place? Any like a big bazaar, what do you call it? Reliance Smart. Reliance Smart. If you go to Reliance Mart, if you are a manager, can you see the stock level of another company who are collaborating with you? If you can see that, then it is called transparent information exchange. You have to see not only the item in the shelf, how many items are stored in the warehouse, how many items are on the move means in the transport, how many items are being produced, how many raw materials are kept for the product, how many can be produced in the future date. If you can see everything, then this is called the transparent information exchange. But we are all very much afraid about our business. How can we make it transparent? We cannot make everything open to all, then it will affect my particular sale. So, I think I have given some more examples, but examples you can see by yourself. What is a supply chain management? Now, you have little bit of idea what is supply chain. Now, management. Management is not happening overnight, and supply chain management, especially even if it is a small business or big business, most of you are doing SME related MBA, right? Are you going to any SMEs locally? If you are not gone, just go to any SME company, small medium level of enterprises, and see how they are doing the transaction level of business. Transaction level of business meaning is you will be placing the order, I will be giving the order, that is called transaction level of business. Next is a collaborative level of business, not complete collaboration, I am saying collaborative networking level of business. That means you will be exchanging this information about only your orders, not complete openness. Then you will be having the complete full collaboration level, you will be having everything in the system, others can look at it. So, modern supply chain information flow happens in both upstream and downstream. So, that is a full complete collaboration, we call it as complete collaboration for transformation of information. So, transparent information exchange is really helping the modern supply chain. So, this is modern supply chain. You do not need to give the information about what is your profit, you do not need to show all these things, but you can show how many items are being sold, how many items are in the warehouse, how many are really going to be, you can calculate how many are going to be sold tomorrow based on the forecasting. So, this is called modern supply chain. Material flow is forward, reverse. I have not talked about the reverse flow. We are talking about the information from downstream to upstream. One first information, order information. It goes as information, not anything, no tangible element, it is only intangible. But we are also sending the customer satisfaction, feedback, and what is required. Sometimes they will give the feedback orally. So, bad word of mouth, not good word of mouth, you can convey those messages. Why we have to do it? Because we have to change the production process accordingly. So, material flow is forward, it is a regular supply chain. A reverse supply chain, product return. Now, we come to the other than information. The product is returned. Why you return? I do not like it. That is the only word they will be ticking. Previously, before 5 years, product return was very difficult. Nowadays, you can buy from Amazon, you can send it next day, and you are having more power. Consumer power is creating problem in the supply chain. Product return. Product return, when you talk about the product return, you may feel that it is very simple. I bought it, I do not like, so I am giving it. But who are all going to be involved in the reverse logistics? Let us see. First, the product is returned to Amazon. Amazon person is coming and picking up, or you are dropping somewhere. So, one logistics. Already one is done for forward, now one more for reverse, and that person is taking to the warehouse, central warehouse. That second person is taking that item to the manufacturer. Manufacturer feels it is faulty, I cannot fix it, it has to go to the assembler. So, that manufacturer himself, he can't fix it. He will be sending to the raw material person, because it is faulty component, you change it, then we will be fixing it. Means more than 3, at least 3 logistical service providers are used. But when it comes back to the same market, it is sold for the second market, secondary market. The value is reduced, cost is increased. So, can we do some solution at this point? So, you are all going to be doing some MBA finally, after MBA you are going to study, or you are going to work as a logistical manager or supply chain manager. Do you have any quick solution for this? How to avoid the product return? We cannot avoid it. Even if you are getting the product return, how to avoid the loss in the product? It's in our hand. Actually, it's given as a big project for our students. Every student will be giving some new ideas. So, I wouldn't say everything is my idea. It comes from collectively from different students. I expect something from you. Open? I can't.
Open box delivery.
Open box delivery.
Yeah, when we have to open the box in front of the delivery one, and if the product is okay, we can take the product, or then we can return. And if once we will accept it, and there is no option of return, there is not.
That's a good option.
No, we have to check. That's why there is open box delivery. We have to check over there, and if any defect. There is some 7 days replacement. Yeah. Actually, yeah, we have to contact the customer care, and there is a replacement option, no return option. So the customer should take the product. There is no return. There is replacement. There is that option.
Okay, one choice is open the box
Open
and see
box,
if you like it. The one step towards reducing the waste. There are other options of not having the open box, something else. If it's not Amazon, open box is not possible. For example, if you are buying from the physical store, and once you get it to your home, probably you may not be in a position to accept it due to many reasons. And what is the option to reduce the cost? By sell it. You have to sell it, you have to give it to the retailer, they have to sell it. What is the option?
By reducing the prices, like we visit to any Reliance. There is vegetable. There are two types of vegetables. One is fresh one. They might be selling it in rupees 50. Second, they have priced it 30. Customer know this is not fresh, but I am willing to pay less for this product. So that is a point to get the materials sold.
Okay, that's good. So secondary market created within the primary market. That is the option to reduce the logistical cost. In Amazon, you are doing Amazon work. In other countries, Amazon is slightly different. If you are opening the product and if you have used it, you are liable to pay little certain percentage of it, and still you can sell it. Amazon can give it to the other people once the quality is checked. So there are certain ways, but if it is a physical product, the option is you can create a secondary market, as we said. It's rightly create the secondary market within the primary market, and you are segmenting the consumers. So consumer segmentation is happening in the retail store itself, and we are all actually Professor Uma Mageshwar, he has talked about why you are all wasting, and you have not given the answer. Let me come to that point. When you are having the pizza of various ranges are dividing the market into different segmentation. That means your supply chain is also different. Your supply chain is competing with other supply chain. If you are looking at the market, same product is given in different prices. Why? Because supply chain is competing with each other. Supplier is the same, material is the same, but when it comes to the consumer's hands, it is different because of the price. That means income level is deciding your purchase power, and your purchase power is deciding what is going to be in demand. As a logistical manager, our job is also to see the material flow, information flow, as well as the purchasing power. We cannot leave it to the marketing. We have to see how many people are going to buy this product in this area, especially when you are talking about high value product. So material flow is forward. A reverse flow, we can also go with reverse supply chain in such a way how many people are returning the product from one particular location. It shows the behavior of the consumers. For example, if you are in a metropolitan city, your return will be less because they know what they are buying, they will see the reviews before they buy. And if it is from other part of the remote part of the country, they may not know how to use certain electronic product, they will return more and more product. So, return is not only just return, not for the marketing purposes, for logistical purposes as well. We have to calculate how many returns are possible in that area. Accordingly, you will be deciding the forward supply chain. So, supply chain uses logistics to connect and integrate services. Do you agree? Definitely, supply chain is, even if you are placing order through Amazon, somebody is bringing to your home. So, he is using logistics, and transportation warehousing is very much needed. We cannot have centralized solution for warehousing, now we have localized solution. That means your cost is increasing. If you are having centralized location, Odisha only one place, throughout Odisha only one warehouse means you cannot cover every area. If you are covering logistical cost will be higher. If you are having 2-3 extra warehouses, warehouse cost will be higher. So, you have to see what is best for you. You have to look for the profit and loss calculation, activity based calculation, ABC, activity based costing. You have to go for activity based costing, we call it as ABC. You may think that this is not the job of logistics, this is not the job of supply chain, no, it is job of supply chain manager. Activity based costing, ABC is quite common. How many tasks you are covering, including forward and reverse logistics, accordingly you have to put the price for it. So, price is based on the cost is based on activity. So, we call it as ABC analysis, ABC cost analysis, it is cost related one. ABC analysis you have studied in a different way, high value product, low volume, value and volume. Now, we are talking about ABC for logistical purposes, the activity based costing. If you are having more activity for logistic, your cost is higher, your price should be higher. So, then supply chain management is management of, now we are coming to the management of upstream and downstream relationship. Martin Christopher, I have seen him many times in the conferences. He is a renowned person. If you have time, just look at the book Martin Christopher. Martin is the first name. He has written so many books. One is improvement of the previous book. So, every book has got new ideas. Supply chain, if you look at the supply chain before 30 years, it was only forward supply chain. Before 20 years, reverse supply chain. If you look at the last 1 decade, supply chain with smart information, smart everywhere. That means we have to be smart enough to understand it. So, if you are using only one book, you will not gain any kind of knowledge. You have to be versatile in understanding things. So, if I am talking about ABC analysis, actually it is for the Chinese products coming to UK or UAE, we normally give to students what is activity based costing, because activity you do not know what activity will happen outside your country. How will you make the costing? It is very difficult. So, what are the activities happening outside the country? You do not need to know. However, you have to ask the other person who is in the other end of the supply chain, what is the cost involved within your country. Accordingly, you will be going for the pricing. So, supply chain management is management of upstream and downstream relationship with suppliers and customers to deliver supreme customer value at less cost. Then only you can understand the cost. If you do the costing separately, to the less cost to the supply chain as a whole. So, this is written in 1998, that means book might have been worked in 1995, the work has been assembled and then he has put it for the book in 1998. Now, if you are looking at the latest version, still the definition is the same, he has used smart supply chain, but only that is the difference. Now, my question to you, if you are a supply chain manager as an MBA student, what focus do you need to have as a first activity? What is your first focus for which activity? You are a supply chain logistic manager. See, you are looking at only supply chain and logistics manager. What is your primary focus should be? What is your primary focus? What should be the primary focus? As a supply chain logistic manager, what will be your primary focus?
higher quality.
Higher quality. One is saying quality, it's a very broad term. Let's see what is next.
Least cost, least time, the materials need to be moved from one place to another.
So cost, time and least time. Least cost and least time.
In the supply chain network.
So by digitalizing the supply chain, cost can be reduced in the whole supply chain.
Cost quality will be good, cost will be less, and delivery will be the as per customer requirement.
Okay.
That barrier, supply chain network must be reduced by adding the digitalization.
So that's perfect. It's a three-dimensional what he is saying. You are talking about quality, he is talking about time, and other one is talking about the management of everything together. So if you are having the three-dimension triangle, you know it at the answer, you have studied it somewhere. If you are having the triangle like this, one is time, in this case delivery time, one is quality, other one is cost. So we cannot just leave the quality and go for cost. We cannot leave the cost and go for only timely delivery. So that means it should be a comprehensive view of cost, time and quality. If you are a supply chain logistical manager, you have to make sure that you are looking at all three dimensions of the supply chain. The product quality, delivery quality, it can be the time management, and time management can be for the final last mile delivery, and cost is reduced in every particular supply chain node, not only for supplier tier 1, tier 2 should also be reducing the cost, logistic person should be reducing the cost in the activity. So overall cost will be reduced, the price what customers are paying will be less accordingly. Now let us go with the next one. Actually it is a video you can see later. Let us go with the McDonald's. Now we have some questions for this. McDonald's is having tier 2, as I said tier 2 is away from the actual manufacturing. Whoever is a focal company, next is tier 1. Focal company can be processing company, focal company can be manufacturing company. Whoever is core means whatever is the main aspect of the company, closer to them is tier 1. If you look at this diagram, that is why I have given exactly without the name manufacturing here. Processing is happening, actually before processing we are having growers, that is farmers. Farmers are like paddy and other lentils, you are having the growers. Growers are sending to the processing just to remove the dust and husk of wheat and rice. Then it goes to the inbound transportation within certain level of locations. Then it goes to the distribution after packaging. Then it goes to the outbound transportation, and then it goes to the restaurant. This is taken from one of the papers. If you look at it, it's a recent paper, 2023. So this is the structure given here. So when you are having the structure like this, it's a well dedicated structure. You are having the names Noida, Mumbai, Calcutta and Bangalore. All these things are given here. If you are a manager, probably you have to change the idea. If you look at this, this is for mainly students, there are 4 different things. Growers we cannot change, let me put it as tier 2, and we are not changing these 2. If you want to compress this, what can you do? Processing, inbound transportation, distribution center, I want to compress it, instead of 3 I want to make it into 2, make it into 2. What will you do? Can you do this? Sometimes it is possible, sometimes it is not possible, right. If I am asking you to compress processing, inbound transportation and distribution center, it is not actually possible. Either I have to go for processing and distribution center in one place, without having inbound transportation. But how is it possible? I need to have positive side of it. Yes, if I have everything in one roof, my cost will be reduced, that is positive. But negative side of it, I have to invest a huge amount of money for land, and I have to have everything in one place, meaning its temperature should be very much positive to me to have that item. Warehouse is not only about the place, warehouse, processing, distributions are also depending on where you are located. Okay. And if you are processing something in the temperature of minus 20 degrees, and if you are sending it by normal truck, what will happen? Everything will be defrosting. If it is a item which is needed to be very cold, and if you are processing, if you know many of the European countries, especially UK where I have been for many years, they are not manufacturing many products, only short food supply chain. They do not have anything to grow and give it to others outside the country. Short food supply chain meaning is they can be self sufficient on certain things, they cannot send it to others. But sometimes we are having more production, then they have to make the processing. That is why we are having the processing. This example is given as one of the case studies for tomorrow. When you are having the farmers growing items, if you can't consume locally, you have to process. Instead of sending to other countries or keeping in the refrigeration, it is not possible. The refrigeration is very costly affair. So, you can go for processing if you are having bigger supply, and if you do not have the logistics. That is what I asked this question. For example, if you do not have the logistical thing, if you do not have the distribution, imagine if you do not have all these things, processing is the best way to keep the item for a longer period of time. Directly we can not about the McDonald's, for any other supply chain, they can send it around the country, around the globe if they are processing. It is a canned tin food. Tin food is very famous in many countries where they cannot grow. For many years I have used only tin tomato, because tomato is very costly and it is not growing in all parts of the country, not in all seasons. Then we can go for processing. Even though it is McDonald's supply chain, we can have many lessons out of it. Now, let us do the another scenario based one. Okay, I do not have the processing. Okay, now I do not have processing at all. Directly I have farmers, I have this scenario, I have everything else. So, who will do the processing? Processing. So, that means you want this from here to restaurant, directly you want to send it. Okay, that is one possibility 1. As a logistical manager, you can think of something else. We are going to introduce something different. We talked about 3PL, now I am going to talk about 4PL. 4PL, fourth party logistics. Fourth party logistics is higher version of third party logistics. Nowhere it said we can do the processing. Processing is not their job, but their job is they can make it happen through someone else. You are giving the job to fourth party logistics, they will be taking, there is only one charge. They will be taking the item from some A to the processing unit, you are not involved in it. So, as a farmer you are giving to fourth party logistics, they will be taking the item, they will take the responsibility of processing and they will bring it to McDonald's. It can be possible to any other company. So, fourth party logistics now they are playing bigger role than third party logistics. They are taking care of warehousing, they are taking care of distribution, they are taking care of storing and keeping for some time. If you do not have space, they will be keeping it. Okay. Like when you are moving the house, if your house is going to be, the key is going to be given to you only a couple of days later, you already vacated the current house, your items are with your mover, packer and mover, he will keep it for 2 days, you do not need to worry how it is going to be preserved, how it is going to be taken to your final destination, that is not your job. The same way fourth party logistic will do the things, the quality item will be given to the end consumer. So, this is another method. So, actually we have to talk about collaboration and networking, that is our next session. So, let me introduce it for a couple of minutes before I Yeah, I'll take another 5 minutes, not more than that. Now let's talk about networking and collaboration before we leave. So let me give you a story, okay? Story based on what I have seen from the companies. Waitrose is a big company which is selling only bread, milk and small farmers fruits and vegetables, only that much. But it's a very big company, chain of stores available in UK, available in UAE, I don't know whether it's available in India, Waitrose. But they are getting more profit from local farmers. Another one is John Lewis. John Lewis is doing furnitures, fashion items, electronics, and they are selling others electronics as well. John Lewis has got its own brand and they are selling other companies' products. Two different set of business. So one is food related, another one is luxury related. Both have to combine together to make some new business. They don't want to create a new business, they want to have existing business, but they want to cherish and flourish in both the ways. So they have come up with the idea, why don't we have Waitrose within every John Lewis shop. Actually initially it was very big task because John Lewis employees are different, a different mindset. They are having different motto, different strategies for selling the items. And similarly John Lewis, they are luxury, they are targeting the high value customers. Then they felt one thing was common, strategy of attracting the customers, high value customers, not high volume customers. That means you don't need to attract many people, attract few people and make them loyal to you. So that means loyalty, sustainability in the sense of business continuum rather than talking about the other things, not greenness. So they have kept every John Lewis shop has got one Waitrose. After few years, employees were having some difficulty, but later on it has become all right. After 2-3 years, they felt, why don't we go as a green company? So the green means, as I said initially, green is not happening somewhere else. It's not others' responsibility, it's our responsibility. So they said, okay, let me take a bag which will be water soluble. You can put it on the ground, it will be immersed and it will be compost on its own. It's a compost on its own by pouring some water. So the bag is sorted, we are all green. Then what next? Felt, okay, why don't we take outside the country? They have taken to all other countries outside UK. You can see, is Waitrose here? No. In UAE there are many Waitrose, UK always, because they are the pioneering company, they are having Waitrose. In other countries as well, I guess it's there in other European countries. So they have expanded the horizon. So wings are now gone to the different levels. So what is collaboration? That's called collaboration. Collaboration not only for bringing your image to the society, collaboration, some collaborators they will be showing only the head figure. You know what is head figure? Head figure means showing only the face of the leader and logo of the company to show this is a higher high image and higher valuable company. That's one way of doing it. Other way of doing supply chain collaboration is collaborate with your partners. That means if you are collaborating for the business, collaborate with your partners as well. All the supply chain partners of one company will become supply chain partner of the other company. The advantage is the fight will be reduced. Supply chain normally they are fighting among themselves. So let me start with a simple example. You are buying the product Colgate toothpaste. Who is the manufacturer? Unilever, right? If you are buying Colgate from the local store, maybe 100 rupees. Let me take it as an example. If you are buying from the big mall, rupees 80. Why? Is it because demand is less? Bulk purchase. So demand is higher. Okay, that is, as a layman, anybody can give this answer. There is another answer. What is it? It's a bulk purchase, it's correct. It's very true, very true. I don't say no. Centralized purchase. What about this word? Power based on the supply. Demand is increasing, then supply is increasing. The investment for the company is going to be the same for every machinery, but when you are asking prices higher, people will not be buying. Let me give it as a very simple. This 100 rupees has become 80 rupees because he is buying 5 million item. Demand is higher, but investment from the company is the same. He is buying only maybe 1 million. Who is powerful here? He is powerful. So now demand is coming from the downstream. They are becoming powerful in having the bargain. So they are having the bargain power. Supply chain is the same supplier. So that means this is another supply chain, different logistical companies. Here logistical companies are different. This supply chain and this supply chain are competing. Not the supply chain players are competing from the top level, only the supply chain is competing. If you are interested, go to the 2010 paper. I talked in detail how the supply chain is competing with each other. Actual supply chain is competing, no competitors, retailers are competing in this case. Here this person and this person, both of them are not competing. They are not competing, but they are making the competition happen in the supply chain because of the demand. Okay, let us talk about this, how to reduce this through networking and collaboration. That is our talk in the next session. Now we will finish it by now. It is almost 1 hour. We will see in the next session. Have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Does anybody want to ask any question regarding the talk?
Any questions? Feel free. It's nothing is going to be wrong if you are asking question. Okay, we will meet in the next.
When I was younger, my parents used to say the Walmart or the big bazaar things, they usually buy from the vendors a different kind of product, so that they are giving much discount. That is not the truth. The thing is that they create an artificial requirement to buyers. Suppose we are going to any mall or any market, though you don't have any requirement of that kind of volume, but by looking at the discount only, we buy a bigger volume. So that is a one kind of market strategy, how to sell your product by just because there is a difference of 20 rupees in 180. So there is a big chunk of discount percentage which is shown to the customer. So that is one kind of marketing strategy, how to sell out your product also.
Yes, if I am writing for marketing paper, certainly I will be using it. If I am the supply chain logistical expert, I will be using this concept. Both are right in a way. But in reality, when you are selling in multiple millions the product, supply chain is not normally they are fighting with each other. Definitely it is to create some demand purposely. And if you are a convenient store customer, you do not mind buying it because it is close to you. So that is another reason for in the marketing sense, any customer will buy the convenient product for higher price. However, the customer will not buy the same product in a very big supermarket for that price. So that means purposely supply chain is dividing the market. So supply chain is competing. That is actually we can debate it in a different level, is marketing and finance as well as supply chain. Yes, you are right, sir, I agree. Thank you. Yeah.
Also the supply chain is the supply chain managerial logistics is to provide the right material, right time and right price.
Yeah.
At a customer requirement delivery period.
Yes, customer is making the difference. Yes, yeah. Actually nowadays the quality is assured. What he started with, in Walmart they are having Walmart brand, and then they are not having Colgate as different variety. They have different variety, but not only for Walmart. Colgate is available in different varieties in different shops, but Walmart is having their own brand. But I would say they are creating the supply chain demand by having their own brand competing with bigger brands in the same shop. That is really, it's a freedom for everyone. You can choose. Customers are becoming masters now, and they are dividing, companies are dividing the segments, market segment into different things, but customers, they know what they want. Accordingly, the demand is changing. Okay, we will not talk about much about the marketing, and I am teaching marketing as well in other courses. We will talk about only supply chain, okay, and price, how we are having the collaboration, how logistical cost is reduced for two different supply chain competition. That is what we are going to see. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. You might have been tired after eating, but this is the right time to collaborate, because that is the way we are collaborating. When we are happy, when our tummy is full, that means we are benefited by others, then we will be collaborating. So, it is the exact topic for our post lunch session. Now, I will be talking about how to collaborate, why to collaborate, what is really making you to collaborate. In the lunch time, if you are gone with a plate and filling something, you may not be knowing what is interesting to you. You just fill it, taste it, then refill it. Same way, collaboration, collaborate for a shorter period of time, see whether you are happy with your partner, and if the partnership is bringing some benefit, that means monetary value, that is finance. If you are getting some extra profit by your collaboration, collaborate with him. That is one aspect. Secondly, what we do, we are not very happy with the way they are behaving, and we cannot create the trust between two partners in the relationship, then we will not be having the long term collaboration. We will just end up with that short contractsnesses. Supply chain, keep supply chain apart. Just when you look at trust is the main ingredient for collaboration. In order to create trust, first of all, you have to give quality product on time at the right place. So, good quality product on time at the right place as you promised. If you are trying to give excuse maximization of profit, Shepard's book, it is a very interesting book. It is about how to collaborate and what are the ingredients of collaboration. First ingredient is trust. Second ingredient, win-win situation. If you are profiting from your own business only for you, you are not giving any profit to others, you are not sharing the benefit to others, then your collaboration is not a good collaboration. So, win-win situation is the second. Once you create the trust, you have to give the confidence to your partner, we are having profit in both ways, you are also having profit, I am also having profit. That is the second one. How do you do it? We cannot give the share of the profit to others, but we can give business. We can give repetitive business for the same partner. The 3PL is exactly doing. Amazon is having partnership with many other suppliers. If supplier is failing in terms of quality or if there are many returns, Amazon will end the relationship. So, long term maximization in terms of getting the trust, long term maximization in terms of creating the continuum of the business. Continuum is not only continuous, you have to give continuous profit, that is continuum. That word itself is it has got so much of meaning. If you are talking about sustainability, now we have got some confusion in the morning, sustainable business or sustainable green business or sustainability for continuing your business. There are many reasons and many dimensions. When you are having the long term maximization of profit, it is only not only for you, it is for all the supply chain partners. Schaefer's book, it is very interesting book, I am having only 1-2 hours session for this. So, we cannot complete everything, but if you are interested, you can go to this book and see it is readily available online book. I have seen some free copies as well, you can check it. I do not know whether this part of the world is having free copies, but certain chapters are free, you can download and see. And reduced cost, that is another reason for the collaboration. If you are buying from the same supplier, you can ask for the reduced cost. It is not the power, it is only the repetition of the same orders. So, not about the reputation as well, repetition of the same orders, same item is again and again procured from one supplier, you can ask for the less cost from the, you can negotiate from the supplier, yes.
Basically, in supply chain, in regular business, reduce cost, that means you have to do the value engineering, either by increase the volume of that particular product, or something changes you are doing in the process, or you are doing some improvement in that product.
Yeah.
Because in supply chain, what is happening, the supply chain person, the sourcing people and other guys, they are regularly working with the supplier to improve the quality of the product without increase the cost.
Yes.
And process, and during that period of working, they are asking for the cost reduction from the supplier.
Yes. Yeah. So, cost reduction, what he said is correct, it is not one man's job, job is from all responsible people. If you are having the collaboration, how to reduce the cost is not only through logistics, reducing the type of the product, materials used in the product, or you can reduce the cost by giving alternative ingredient, but without compromising the quality. Am I right, sir? Yes. Yes. So, that means your product is going to be sold in the market for the next period of time, say 5 years, without any disturbance because of the supplier, because of the buyer, or because of so many other reasons, then you are collaborating with them. For example, one buyer is always buying and he is buying only 100 items every day, but 100 items every single day. We are going to talk about different types of supply chain based on the reduced cost. So, if a person is buying many item in an infrequent interval and person is buying frequent interval, but limited number of items, both are good. If you are buying some item, ordering some item, but not frequently, means I cannot guess what will be the order for tomorrow. So, I will be left as a manufacturer, I will be left with some confusions, forecasting is not possible. Forecasting accuracy, actually that was my PhD, forecasting accuracy for collaborative supply chain. Forecasting accuracy happens only when you are having the collaboration with the information transparency. So, if you are having the transparent information, your collaboration will become stronger, you are creating trust. The trust is created by so many means. If you are keeping your items and orders and delivery time and warehouse capacity, everything only to you, others will not believe you. You have to show your data to others. In order to create the trust, you have to expand your horizon by opening your doors. You have to let others come in and see what is the, come in means it is not physical coming in, they can see your data. Other than the profit, they can see everything else. And improving overall supply chain performance. So, supply chain, when I am talking supply chain, what is to be improved? Do I need to improve the quality or delivery time, or do I need to reduce the lead time? Lead time is production time. What is really helping me to improve the performance? There are many dimensions. Performance improvement is mainly 3 dimensions: cost, time and quality. That is always true. But apart from that, you have to show the brand image, marketing is coming in at that time. When you are talking about supply chain, my supply chain partner, logistic partner is Amazon. I can say that very proudly. That means you are bringing in some third party which is not in your production. They are not going to be with you for the designing, but they are going to be with you in the journey of delivering the item to the consumer. So, overall supply chain it can be for the quality, it can be for the cost, it can be for timely delivery, product lead time reduction, or it can be anything, but you have to identify what is important. In the morning we discussed about warehousing. If you are having more number of warehouses, you will be having more cost. That means I have to reduce number of intermediaries. Number of intermediaries, you might have heard this word, intermediaries, they are middle people between two different supply chain nodes. So, intermediaries, if you reduce, the cost will reduce. That means I have to believe my supply chain partner, then I can remove my agent. I do not want any agent, I do not want a middle person to sell my product. If that is the case, then you can improve your supply chain. Why I have given all these papers, references, you are all doing MBA and some of you are doing PhD. Some papers are still, it is like our Bible, we can read it. Shepherd's book, Ireland Crumb book, these are only 2 books for CPFR. CPFR is Collaborative Planning, Forecasting and Replenishment. This is a book on CPFR, collaborative, C for collaborative, P for planning, F for forecasting, R for replenishment. This replenishment, actually it is a very big story. Replenishment, when you are seeing the empty shelf in the store, somebody will be replenishing, that is they will be keeping the item on the shelf. It is not only delivery, it is replenishing, means you are taking the item to the store, you are keeping in the shelf. Okay, replenishment is done, no shelf is empty. That means you are not losing your customer. Replenishment is very important to maintain your image. If the product is not available, if you are going for Lakme product is not available, you will go for Chanel. Some extra money you will pay, you will go for Chanel. It so happened with so many customers. If you are paying 1000 rupees, you will get Lakme product, but if it is not available continuously for 2 days, you will not wait. You will go for the next product, higher level product, because people mind is not going for low cheaper product. If you are very much interested in maintaining your skin product quality, your quality of skin is very important at this age, between 20 and 30, you will go for Chanel product. Okay, that means you are losing a customer because it is not replenished. And forecasting, let me come to the point forecasting in the book. Forecasting is, when you are doing the forecasting, you need to have mainly 2 things. One is demand information and what is currently available. That means what is your stock. Demand information can come from today's sale for tomorrow, I can plan. But I should also know what is available with me in the warehouse. If I do not know, so for example, tomorrow I am going to sell 50 coffees in the coffee shop, and currently I am having some 30 sachets, I can make already 30 coffees, and then only 20 I have to order or 25 for the extra safety stock. If I ignore this number 30, if I order 50, then I will have more and more inventory. 50 plus 50, 100 coffees will be lying with me, and it is having only 3 days of validity. I may not sell it in the next 1 day. That is creating bullwhip effect. So, that we are coming to this nicely, it is flowing through, we are coming to the next bullwhip effect. Bullwhip effect is because of the increased inventory, because the information is not available, amplification of information on demand or amplification of information, just amplification. Now, I am here, I am ordering something, Okay. I am ordering some amount and it comes to me next day. He does not want to lose any customer. Normally in my country, open days are happening every 2 months or 3 months. So many parents will come in. So they may feel that coffees are going to be sold, milk will be asked for, more demand will be there. So order will be going in a episode way, not in a straight line. So orders will be given. So what is the implication? That means I have more inventory on one day, less inventory on the other day. If I have less inventory, still I am ordering, I am getting more and more items. The implication is warehouse cost. First implication, warehouse cost. What is the second implication? If I am ordering more and more without selling, what happens? Stock, that is, yeah, inventory. Stock will pile up, that is inventory. Perishability will be ending in obsolescence. That means it is a waste. Perishable item will be wasted. Non-perishable item? Yeah, she is a finance student, so stock finances. Ingredient will be losing the value. Give the mic.
Ma'am, it would lead to increase in working capital.
Working capital. Yeah. Working capital is more. So I am coming to that point. So instead of saying working capital, your investment is locked. Your investment is locked. If it is not perishable item, still you can use it for next 1 year, but your investment is locked. Your valuable money is not going to grow anymore. You are locking in the investment, locking your investment in the some kind of finished products which is not going to be sold immediately. So in order to avoid, this is called bullwhip effect. Bullwhip effect is amplification of demand information ending in the case of inventory. Very simple one. If you study in Wikipedia or other, they will say the same thing, it is a long story. Amplification of demand information, that is it. Amplification of demand information meaning is you are amplifying the expected demand to a huge level. So, inventory is piling up in every supply chain node. How to avoid it? Actually, it is a big PhD relevant topic. Still it is green forever, bullwhip effect. How to avoid it? We have online system, we have information, smart information, we have mobile phone, everybody can tell exactly how many it is going to be, but still we are missing it, still we are wasting. Food is wasted and many items are becoming waste because of electronic nuance, innovation in electronics, innovation in technology. So, innovation in technology always not helping the manufacturers. Sometimes innovation is also making negative impact by having overstock. If your Samsung 30 notebook is introduced, everybody bought it, next they are introducing 40, then Samsung 50. In fact, iPhone is not costly, Samsung is costlier than iPhone now, especially the higher end, higher.
Fast moving material, second moving material and third moving material.
Yes.
The fast moving material inventory control is different from the secondary.
Yeah.
And secondary is different from the
primary. Yeah.
Primary.
Actually, this is he has come exactly to the next level. Thanks for it. So, every product will have different types of inventory. We call it as ABC inventory control. In the morning I said ABC for different, activity based costing. Now, ABC for inventory. What this ABC? ABC is not, there is no expansion for ABC. We are dividing. In order to avoid this extra inventory, we can go for ABC. A, if it is A, B can be middle, C can be this. Let me say example, if A is vegetables, meat, fruits, this is somewhat phone, this is high end laptops. If I am a shopkeeper, every time I should not have same equal number of items in all category. Low value product, but high inventory. A is low value product, perishable product, I will lose the value if the time passes, then I will be having more items, but it is a value less. If you are wasting, still you are not going to lose much. B is middle value item, you have to have the inventory of medium scale based on your demand in your shop. High value, high end laptop or televisions are not bought every single day, you have to have minimum number of items. It is quite common, like our layout for the retailers, this is one of the rule of thumb, you have to follow ABC analysis. So, high value items should be in less in volume, low value items are high in volume, volume means quantity. So, high value low quantity, medium value is in the middle of these two, and low value is in high quantity, very high volume. So, this is the inventory control pattern. There are many models for the inventory control. Bullwhip effect can be avoided through forecasting. Only solution is improve the forecasting. I joined this list. You can see my paper based on the Coca-Cola's, but data is from them. Name is not mentioned in the paper. You can look for me 2010 and 2011. Yes. MU, he was my supervisor. So, these are about how to avoid the bullwhip effect using improved forecasting accuracy. Okay, now, yeah.
Somewhere I read about stochastic models, and as per my understanding it was based on the uncertainty of demand. So, ma'am, is it can we link this to the bullwhip effect as your?
See, stochastic model is purely based on the assumptions, right?
Ma'am, can you give me an insight about it?
See, some of the models are based on the assumption of what will be the probability of having the inventory or less inventory, higher inventory, 3 categories. But in the forecasting, what we are talking here is take the real data, everyday data. The forecasting can be made with a naive forecasting. That means based on what happened last week, you forecast the same for this week. That is one method. But if you are forecasting based on capturing the peaks and dips, if you are a forecast analyst, a mathematician, you might be knowing all the forecasting cannot be made as it is a judgmental or naive forecasting. You have to go with the reasons behind it. So, that is our next. I am going to show what is forecasting based on the demand drivers. So, next one, let us continue with this. I will come to that point, we are having slide for it. So, this one is advanced collaborative forecasting. Collaborative forecasting is advanced demand information based on the forecasting figures from other partners. That means, all my partners, supply chain partner will give the forecasting separately, independently for the demand, because inventory is not only for the finished inventory, raw material inventory is also there. So, raw material supplier will give one forecasting figure and then manufacturer will give one forecasting figure. Others, wholesaler, maybe he will say what is available in the inventory, and then retailer will say tomorrow I will be having these many number of buyers who will be buying this product definitely. I do not know how they are giving, that is our challenge. How they are giving the figure, that we have to identify whether they are using judgmental forecasting or they are using the intuitions. Judgmental is based on previous experience, using the intuition, seeing the number, they will give one number finally as a forecast figure. But it is not possible for everyone, somehow they have to give the reason for the forecasting figure, that reason should match. If a person, one is saying tomorrow I will have 100, I may have to give 100. The second one is saying tomorrow I will be selling 100 components. He is saying I will be selling 50 televisions. 100 components, 50, it is not to be same. Maybe the 50 televisions will be using 100 components, and other one will be saying I will be selling only 30, and fourth one will be saying I'll be selling only 10. Everyone should give the reason why. If it's matching, reason is matching, not the number is matching. If the reason is matching, then we will say this is going to be the accurate forecasting. Okay, you have got some number out of all these things, it's 150, 190. So, if I say around 50, sorry. I have to give the reason why I am saying consolidated as 50. If all the reasons are matching, that is correct. Let me say the example how it happens in different places. You know, Christmas is a very big event in UK. People will not be drinking carbonated or any sugary water after Christmas. This is a tradition. On the Christmas day, they will be eating turkey, so much of Coca-Cola, rum, whiskey, everything. But once the Christmas is done, the first day of January, they will take one oath. I will not drink alcohol, I will not take any sweet, no sugary drink for next 10 days. It's really happening. Everybody will do it. Like Diwali, after Diwali, will take a oath. Okay, I will not take anything, no sugar for me. Okay, afterwards, they will be starting sugar. But retailer doesn't know all these things. How many people have taken the oath of not taking sugar? He'll be bringing sugary juices. He'll be keeping in the store, because in Christmas time they got all these things, so they will be buying. So, they will be keeping the stock in the retail store, hoping that somebody will buy it. If the value of the product shelf life is only 3 days, everything will become waste, right. So, who is failing at this stage? Retailer is failing. He is not getting the right figure from the past Christmas, 1 year before. Sometimes what happens, we will be looking at the previous week, not the previous year, because it's too long period. So, we are missing something that is called demand information based on the references. So, we actually this is another the paper what I said, it was using my paper reference demand model. It was followed Aviv's paper. So, all the researchers are telling something which is not necessarily to be in the book. As a MBA student or PhD student, you can collectively make all this information and create a new idea. That is the job of MBA students, right. MBA students should make something new, very innovative. If you are getting the job, normally job interviews will be asking you to give some instant solution for this problem. How can you bring something instant? Unless you go and see the projects, some companies, you will never know. Everything is from the book. If you are reading book, you can write the definition, you will memorize and you will write the definition, very good definition. But once you are into it, if you put your heart and mind and your soul as well in that situation, you will get a creative idea. Now, my question is the same. I am not explaining what is RDM, reference demand model. I am giving this 50 as my number. Why I am giving? Because 4 people said 100 plus 50 plus 30 plus 10, it is 190. I am dividing by 4. Approximately I am giving the number 50. What could be the major mistake here?
The highest point and the lowest one, 110.
Okay.
Making a huge disparity, because 50, 30 aspas, but 10 at one point we have 10, at one point we have 100. So that means the person miscalculated, and he should find out when it was 100 under what circumstances and when it was 10 under what circumstances.
I said the reason for 100, right. 100 is not the finished product, 100 is component and 10 is a finished product. 50, 30 and all finished product, 100 is component. So, we are not giving weighted average here, that is the first mistake. Yes, thank you. What she highlighted 100 is, that means when I look at the number, I am not giving reference to the number, I am just taking the number. I am, as a mathematician, I am taking average, it is wrong. I have to give weighted average. This is only 0.5 weight, 100 means maybe 0.25 weight, I do not know what is it. I have to understand how many components are making one unit of finished product. If there are 100 components, I cannot make 4 TVs, if I can make only 2 television sets, produce it, that means I should not take as 100 as a final, I have to take it as half of it. right. That means I am not giving the reasoning behind every demand number. Demand information is not actual here, demand information is forecasted from each one of them. If there are 4 suppliers, I will be calculating with 4. If there are 100 suppliers, I have to get information from 100. It is not very easy. There are many methods, exponential smoothing, multivariate. Normally, we are doing multivariate regression. All of you might be knowing regression little bit. Regression is quite common practice for identifying the forecasting numbers. Exponential smoothing, we will smooth it. If there are many peaks, we will smooth it out. And then whole winter model, there are many other models, you just go through the forecasting model. So, main problem is information disparity. You have to understand the reason, that is why we are using reference demand model. Demand should be having the reference for each of the demand reason. Each of the demand, what is the underlying reason, what are the underlying drivers. If open house is going to happen, if open day is happening, that is the reason. You have to see how many parents are coming for open day, then you have to calculate. These are all having the cascading effect. There are many models, Box-Jenkins model. In mathematics class I teach it, but here we are not teaching mathematics. Time series model, time period is different, demand is changing. If you are talking about forecasting of winter clothes, in summer it is different, winter clothes in winter is different. So, time period is really important for you. We are having qualitative technique. Qualitative is normally not happening, it is only for the sake of judgmental forecasting or some naive forecasting, but we are using some Salesforce composites. Salesperson will say that is a qualitative one. Customer survey, sometimes it will inform you, okay, if I am sending some survey to the Samsung buyer, will you buy Samsung product for your family? He will say yes, but I cannot take it exactly in the same way. He might have bought Samsung 40, Note 40, which is very costly. For his son, he will be buying Samsung A22. So, that means I cannot take it as a face value for calculating the forecasting. So, there are many other methods. Executive opinion is used for forecasting, Delphi method is used, judgmental forecasting is used. But if you are really serious about how to do the forecasting with the exact accurate number, you have to do reference demand forecasting. Again, this is a table. I have it in my future slides, I will show you in the next, we have it for next 3 days. Reference demand model is one of the models which have been introduced by Aviv, only with the name. I developed it as a model. So, this model is giving the reason for every single number what you are giving as a demand, why it is happening, what are the underlying factors, which day of the year, what season is this, whether the person buying is high income group or low income group, whether he will be spending money for next week or not. So, all these things are comprehensively giving some demand model. Okay, tools. Next we are introducing tools. There are so much in supply chain. Supply chain is like a ocean, because we are all consumers, millions and millions of consumers are creating millions of demand. So, we cannot avoid the models. There are plenty of models. I am starting with 1980, I stopped with 2000. After 2000, so many different models, we can't number or name anything. Why I have chosen only this? These are all main reason for future models. We started with vendor managed inventory. Vendor is managing in any retail store, vendor means seller. Seller is managing the inventory. What is the meaning? Retailer is managing or the supplier is managing?
In India, Maruti is the in manufacturing sector, Maruti is the example for that, because they are in every hours the model is changing, that color is changing. So, vendor is managing the inventory at customer end, near to customer, that the in base, and also managing the inventory at vendor end also.
Okay, thank you. So, as he said rightly, whoever is selling the product, they are managing. So, what he is saying is Maruti cars they are selling, so they are managing at the retail store. Okay, this is about the high end product. Let me talk about small grocery item. Okay. When you are buying the grocery in the grocery shop, normally in before 20 years, only grocery store will be ordering. They will be going physically, they will check it. Now in modern world, nobody is going and checking and counting. I am not talking about local store in Odisha. In general, in global situation, barcodes are there. Barcode will be telling the price. At the till, barcode will be read by the barcode machine. That information goes to the vendor, seller, in that case not retailer, the one who is sending the item after manufacturing. He is the vendor in that case. So, barcode information goes right away to the vendor. That vendor will be looking at the numbers, how many sold. That means I do not need to go anywhere. If I am selling some product, say Amul Lassi, they have Amul Shrikhand, that was very famous before many years. I want to see how many Shrikhans have been sold today at this moment around the around all states in India, not globe, around the country. I can do it. I can see from the barcode. If the product has got barcode, the item information, selling information goes to the main vendor. In this case, vendor is a dairy product, Amul. So, they know how much is sold, how much in the shelf, and how much should be going to the shop. So, you do not need to order physically, orders are triggered based on the demand. Once the product is sold, at the end of the day, the inventory will be calculated on its own, and then the order information goes, it is given as a smart technology information. So, vendor managed inventory, even though it was manually done in 1980s, now we are doing same vendor managed inventory to information. So, now information is the key, barcode is the key. So, that is why we are having collaboration. If you do not have the collaboration, how the information will go? Barcode is just barcode. If you are having the collaboration, data collaboration, that means information when you are selling, that information goes to the manufacturer. It is a small tiny thing for you, but for manufacturer it is a big thing. He has to send it around the country for many different states. So, this is vendor managed inventory. Efficient consumer response, automatic replenishment, auto replenishment, we do not normally say automatic. So, auto replenishment, when you are having this efficient consumer response, let me say the example, this is again from the paper. Efficient and quick response, both are come next to each other, 1992 and 93. Now, the Christmas is a very big event in European countries. The reason is it is very dark and very cold. People are having very low mindset. The stress is very high. That is the reason they are having very high lighting. It is not for the sake of religious purposes. Even if people are not in that religion, they will be celebrating Christmas because just to avoid the darkness, just to avoid the mindset of lowness, they will be doing it. At that time, people will be choosing some color for the family. It's still it is a tradition. And now we are having so many colors for Diwali. We are all celebrating Diwali with multicolors. In western countries for kids, they will be choosing either blue or purple or pink, one dress code for Christmas. Normally, this is the way they used to celebrate. That means, the pink is the code for kids. How many parents will be buying pink? And if they go to the shop, if pink is not available, they will not be buying from the shop, they will go to the next shop for taking dress for the child. It is very weird. When I saw it for the first time, I also felt before 20 years, I felt, oh, why they are not having so many colors, why they are very monotonous in choosing the color, and it is not vibrant. Then I realized they are having some sense of Christmas celebration for different color for every year. Next year it will not be pink, something else. So, how quickly can you respond as a seller? If you are selling item from, normally it comes from India or Pakistan or from Sri Lanka to UK, all the items, kids dress materials, and cotton is very famous from Sri Lanka. If it is not coming on time, Christmas it is only for 10-15 days, sale will be on. If pink is not available, they will move on to the next buyer, next retail store. You are losing your customer, all the items which are produce only for the sake of Christmas will be waste. That is why we are introduced quick response and accurate response. Both these things have been introduced. Even efficient consumer response is based on the color, and based on the color automatically, I said automatically VMI is combined, automatically the replenishment will happen based on the demand. And if you are looking at the efficient consumer response and quick response, these three, if you combine all of them, it has become important for seeing the consumers' purchase behavior, not only the numbers, the colors, the aspects, and what they are really liking it, what they do not want it. All these things should be combined together and quickly you have to replenish. Before 6 months of Christmas, the production should start, because it is global supply. So, whether it is happening in Sri Lanka or India, they will start the production before 6 months. So, you have to accurately respond for the expectations, and it has to be very quick. If something is happening in the middle of 6 months, if the plan is changing, you have to change the production. So, that is called quick response. Quick response, accurate response is based on the need. This is a sports Obermeyer. The company has introduced, so it is based on the need. See what is needed. So, based on the need, you have to design your product. And continuous replenishment, that is another case. Now, I said about dresses, you have to make in advance 6 months. Opposite is continuous replenishment. Every day you have to replenish. What is it? Can you say one product every day you have to give to the retailer? What is that product? Milk. We talked about milk. Milk we cannot avoid. Milk, bread, water. Every day you have to replenish. But accurate response, sports may one sports product you are not buying every day. But continuously replenishment, continuous replenishment, Campbell's soup, it is about soup. We are going to talk about this Fisher's paper in the evening. Continuous replenishment is every day produce the same amount and deliver the same amount. There is no fluctuation, no bullwhip effect. You have to do it exactly the same amount. This is, do I need forecasting for this? This is my question. Do you need? For continuous replenishment, I said it is a milk product, every day you have to replenish. Still, do I need forecasting? Give the mic. Why yes? Why no? If you are saying yes, give the reason.
Ma'am, from my point of view, the yes, because in India itself, the milking consuming are a very, demand is very normal, but in a festival season, the milk consumption is increased.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you. So, during the events, especially festival season, consumption is more. Still, it is continuous replenishment, slightly higher volume at that time. Yeah. Do you want to add something?
Sometimes it is happening, some news is coming about that product. Then the demand and is
people move the loyalty.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, sometimes news means negative news about the product. Yes. If one product is not selling well due to several reasons, then people will be moving from one product to the next. So, on that case, continuous replenishment will be there from the company. You have to make sure that it is going to be sold. Even though there are some fluctuations in the demand, it is almost stable, not all the time, except for a few festivals, other times it is continuous. The here understanding is you are not going to invest a huge amount of money when you are having continuous replenishment. That is the implication. Everything comes at the end of the day, you have to talk about profit, about the company, how much investment is required. But in your accurate response, investment is highly fluctuating. If someone is asking new product in the laptop, you cannot just make it with the same machineries. You have to invest a huge amount of money. So, investment cost is higher when you are going for high value products, and investment cost is lower when you are having continuous replenishment. Initial investment is there, but later on no. Collaborative planning, that is why I said here it was introduced It was introduced by VICS, Voluntary Inter-Industry Commerce Standards, but VICS is more than VICS. I would say it was introduced by Walmart because they have initiated this path. Walmart and VICS collaboratively they have developed CPFR. After CPFR there is not much of collaborative replenishment and forecasting style of models. That is why I stopped here. If you have noticed, I started with 1980, then 92, 93 almost the same, even 94. Then continuous replenishment has come because they have got different viewpoint. Why should I always forecast? Yes, we have to forecast, but how much importance do I need to give forecasting? Here in this case we talked about events. Then there is a gap. After that we have got only VICS CPFR. It was in 1999 to 2000. Actually it was published in 2003 by Schaeffert. Schaeffert has introduced, sorry not introduced, he introduced to the world through book. It was originally introduced by Walmart and VICS combination. They have introduced CPFR, it is working very well. That means you have to have two plans, one is based on the forecasting, other one is for the delivery plan, both should match. Let me say the example. You know about promotions, some of you are working in promotions, right. Marketing is one team for promotion, other team is replenishment, that is a operations team. That means one will be focusing on replenishment, after production they will bring it to the shop, other team will be doing marketing. If you have marketing too much of work in the marketing, but production is not happening, what will happen? There is a gap. Marketing is done so much, advertisement is gone, but product is not available. What will happen? Mismatch in demand and supply. So that means you are losing your customer. You are losing the customer. This is the situation. But here what they say in VICS CPFR, if you are collaborating the final demand, your demand for the replenishment should match, both should match. That means if replenishment is identifying empty shelf, that team is identifying empty shelf, even though your demand forecasting is wrong, you will be having another forecasting for the based on the delivery plan. So your mismatch will be balanced. Immediately you have to make the production if it is possible, otherwise you will lose the customer. So that is the main positive thing of CPFR, and after CPFR till now we are not having any new model. Probably Dr. MPS might be having new model. If you have, just let us know. Okay, so CPFR is the last in that line because that is so much into the actual agenda of not having empty shelf. Now we are ahead of all these things, now we are having transparent information. Even if you are missing the forecasting, transparent information is there. So we can pool the inventory. You might be knowing what is pooling inventory. Let me say if you do not know. Inventory pooling is if one supplier is not having, if one retailer is not having the item, he can get it from other places. So when you are having the transparent information, even if you are not having enough inventory, you can manage, get it from others. In finance aspect, it is too costly. If you are bringing from other places, for example, you are selling a Lexus car in Odisha, maybe near your campus. You are normally having only 2 cars. If third person is coming asking for a Lexus car, you have to bring it from either other country or other state. So you are going to miss the customer, or you are going to spend more money for the transportation. Now the final conclusion from these tools, high level of collaboration between trading partners is required for CPFR. It is web based. Even in 2000 we have got the web services, web based completely, it is a transparent information, and it is a supply chain framework collaboratively made by all suppliers and collectively they will do the forecasting. As I said, all of them will be making independent individual forecasting, they will put it together. They will see whether it is right or wrong, they will be discussing it, then they will act on it. So, some relevant information is given. You can leisurely go through these things. As I said, I myself have written about CPFR and how it is going to help the future of the supply chain. So, remember at that time 2010 we did not have complete open information exchange. Nowadays we have everything open information exchange, and when you are talking about marketing, if you are a marketing person, marketing and operations are not two different things. One is relying on the other. We need someone to sell the product. So, if you are producing continuously, who will sell the product? Marketing person will sell the product. So, we are in a way we are dependent on each other, marketing and management, especially operations management, supply chain, logistics. So, this paper is talking about promo cost. This is patented. If anybody is thinking of patent, you can look at this paper. Channel for forecasting. Okay. Do-based paper, this is marketing. Machine type paper, demand factors, how to see the demand factor, and there are many other models. Let me give, so far I have been talking. Before we conclude, I want to see for milk, same milk, let us consider. Demand for milk is happening because of many reasons. I want 4 reasons from you. One of you said it is based on the local event, local festivals. Anything else?
For logistic issue, strike and other things. In India it is happening.
So, logistical, non-availability of logistic.
Yeah.
So, this is a demand for milk. No, that will not create problem.
What will happen? Then, suppose somebody declare that on that day the strike will happen, then they will purchase more milk. What?
So, planning, because of ahead of planning, they may be buying.
Yes, information.
Anticipating some disturbance or disruptions. So, planning ahead. Okay. Any
migration?
Human consumption pattern change.
Okay, consumption pattern.
Ma'am, increase in the migrant population in a place.
Migrant population, yes. Anything else? Students, local population increase. Because migrants will be increasing the population. Okay, let's make it final now. That means everyone is contributing. I will say weight for, say totally weight is 100%, which is highest. Consumption pattern changes, migrants, local population, local baby population.
These 2 things are short term, local festival and planning, this is short term, and consumer pattern and the migrants, these are the long term.
Long term, that means it is almost stable, but long term. This is highly fluctuating, you will have so many peaks and dips in terms of festivals. Sometimes it will be going peak, other time it is less. Planning ahead for disruptions, it is not quite frequent. Consumption changes, how to, all these things you can say, numbers. How do you guess this? If I am forecasting, how can I forecast? This is a, you can see this paper, promocast and this, saying how can you forecast purchase behavior?
For the consumption pattern, that in daily data will do analysis. See how the consumption pattern is increasing into day-to-day basis or weekly basis, and what is the mean of changes in the percentage, whatever that to be forecasted, that after 1 year what will happen.
Yeah, thank you. So, he is saying analyze the data frequently and see what happens in the future. Yeah.
Based on the historical data, like past years, suppose if I consider these festivals or suppose I would like to add on that weather also puts an impact on this. Like we have the consumption of milk much more in the winters than in the summer seasons. So based on the historical data past say 1 year or say 2 years, and again that market survey would be sufficient to.
So that means you can guess a little bit about the pattern, but there is one easy method. You are all youngsters, you are all using social media, right? And if you are, for example, click and collect and you browse data. If you are browsing next day in your browser, you will be seeing some ad. Are you traveling to Thailand? It will ask you because you have searched for it. Similarly, we are having the club card, customer card. I don't know what is the name here. What is the name of the card? Loyalty card?
Loyalty card or the Sodexo coupons.
Okay, so you have the loyalty card and other system here. Every country will have it. Once you are having the loyalty card, your information is in public domain. That means your data is not secured. They know about your date of birth, they know your name and know your age. That's very important element. Age is creating different type of demand. So they will not only seeing the demand of your milk consumption, they will be seeing the demand of your Skechers and your jackets, whether you are going for Gap or you are using Skechers one. What your style, what is your lifestyle, they can easily see. And on top of it, so your laptop or your phone, everything has got some IP number. Based on the IP number, they can see. Nobody is doing it purposely. Information is collectively going in the cloud. If your sleeping pattern is 12 to 4, that is also known to them. When you are waking up, some information will be in your screen. That means you are monitored. That information collectively helping the suppliers and then sellers. Your information is not only to you. Nowadays, everything is open. When we are having the open information, why not we have the transparent information in the supply chain? That is the biggest challenge, but still we are not having. Why we are not having many collaborators in the globe? Because they want to protect themselves. You are all consumers, you are ready to sell your data, but they are not ready to sell the data. They have to be very careful in collaboration. They will choose the partners, they will not go randomly with any collaborator. Trust is important. So examples I have given, as I said, Walmart, Procter and Gamble, Waitrose and John Lewis. This one I explained. Procter and Gamble, Walmart, they have gone for, they have become close partners because of CPFR. They were also part of the CPFR development, VICS together. Amazon and many vendors around the globe. From India, I don't know what is in India, any partners? Can you say something like this? I can confidently say it's in the literature, it's in the website, it's in the company web page, all these things are already developed. But anything from India? Walmart and Flipkart, okay. Okay. So, and what about Walkaroo and plastic? Walkaroo is a kind of shoes, right? Do they have any partnership with any plastic recycling company? I have seen it recently in the website of Walkaroo. They are having partnership with local recyclers, and then some of the items are recycled and kept in the under the sole or something. You just have a look at it. There are many interesting stories. What is your take on for today? How to collaborate, where to collaborate, who will be the supplier, and how to make the demand information open. These are all, as a supply chain manager, if you are working in the future, you have to do it. Let me take another few minutes about big data. So, I said information. What information is required? So, we have to look for information about logistics for tracking and routing. Amazon is having it. We can see, you can track the item. And food sector, sensor data is normally used. If you are using the track, we are actually, that is a project. Unfortunately, I can't show you the video. You can see yourself. You can see this website. It is a website, it is not a video, reamit.eu. You can see so many videos about this, www.reamit.eu. it's my I have been partnering with 17 other partners in this sector, food sector. This is the one about sensor data. Sensor was fixed for the truck. The sensor was collecting data about the food quality. That data was collected in the cloud and analyzed. The truck driver used to get the beep sound if the quality of food is not good. That means if the food is going to be wasted, beep sound will come. He will reroute the truck, will go to different destination. For example, if you are sending strawberry, strawberry is very soft fruit. If you are taking from one place to other, it should be temperature control van. If the temperature control van is due to some reason temperature is not maintained, if one pallet of strawberry is wasted, then the smell will come. The driver will be having that alert in the dashboard. Driver will take the truck to the nearest destination. Instead of going from A to C, he will go to B. He will not go to C. Meaning is he will be selling everything in B. It is not going to be wasted. So, alert is sensor alert is helping the driver to save food. The agriculture sector, we are having smart farming, and you might be knowing India is a leading smart farming user. Smart farming is being used, unfortunately until last 5 years back, the data for smart farming was going to US. Cloud data, US will be doing the analysis, sending back the information. Nowadays I think we have our own capability. We are collecting data and it is going to cloud within our country, and then analysis, big data analysis is happening within our country. So, everything is possible here now. Textile traceability, you might be knowing about it. Gap is a company first, not one of the pioneering technology for traceability. Traceability in textile industry is telling who is the supplier, who supplied it, whether it was sourced from the child labor area or was it done in a proper secured manufacturing sector. So, all these things are given in the label, one QR code. You take the QR code and see who is your supplier, where it comes from, whether it sourced sensibly and it is a fair trade, not how much money, but whether it is fair trade. That means the cost is really helping the local farmers to rebuild or replant. So, all this traceability is not tracking, traceability is something different than tracking. This is different, this is different. This is for logistics, here traceability about suppliers, manufacturers. So, other sectors are using big data, especially marketing. We have so many things to see in the next few days. Marketing is using big data in a different way. So, we are having very interesting stories in the big data concept. It's a case study. It's about the India case study. It has been conducted in Bangalore. Currently, we are having agri sector fully with. See, if you look at these things, it's controlled by the main control is from the data. So, even opening and closing of the tap is controlled by the big data hub. If that, see this plant, it does not require any water, it is enough. So, it will stop. Here the water supply will stop. So, automated everything. So, research objective, theoretical backgrounds are given in certain papers, but data collection and analysis are really helping not only the supply chain, even for growing the plant. So, now agriculture sector is one of the leading sectors in India. Everybody will be benefited if you are having sensors. Sensors and data are important for future of India, not only in agriculture, not only in food sector, everywhere. Certain examples, this is a diagram I have given, explanation is given here. So, this is just an explanation of how we are doing it. Smart farming is really one of the newest innovations in the last 5 years. But where are we leading to? That is the biggest challenge. As young professionals, if you are not happy to go for agriculture sector, who will do the agriculture? So, this is the main aspect. Data and agriculture can go together hand in hand to improve the nation's economy. So, we are not only talking about supply chain, we are talking about information technology, ICT, IoT, big data, cloud computing, all are clubbed together. Nothing is separable. All are not working in silo, all are working in cooperation with each other. So, in this case, we are having agriculture's data. Agriculture's data, the advantage is if your plant is not growing, you can easily see why it is not growing. Not only water, there is another reason. You have to do the crop rotation. You have to take the nutrient from one place to other. So, nowadays everything is possible as long as you are interested. You have to identify your interest and then work for it. These are some output from the project. So, this is not important now. Finally, we have come to almost the final thing. What we have done in the project, first we have done the observation study and visited Indians agriculture field. So, initially when I started before 12 years, not this project, before that there was a mass suicide and so many problems with the agriculture sector. When I visited South India, I realized one of the crop was failing the local farmers. It is called jasmine flowers. Jasmine flower is high value product, used to be sold in other European countries by exporting. Some misunderstanding happened between supplier and buyer. Full truck of load, not only one truck, there are many trucks of load of jasmine flower was not sold. Some families, they suffered and they committed suicide. It was a turning point for me to bring my research to India at that time. I was doing only in European countries. That time I felt, what is really wrong? Why can't we invest some money? I cannot invest, I am not rich enough to invest money in the agriculture sector. Then that money was helping the exploratory study of farmers. What is missing? Really missing fact was when to give the water and how to grow. How to grow they know, but when to give water to the soil they do not know. So, small IoT technology helped a lot, changed the life. It changed entirely the behavior of farmers. They do not need to be good in education, they do not need to know IoT, they do not need to know how to work with the technology, but simple watering the plant based on the need. Same like our supply chain, demand and supply should meet. Similarly, plant is asking for water, give water, but do not spend money. You can use IoT sensors and then do it. So, then after interviewing the, this is recent one, the story what I said about it was past one, a real one. This is the project, second level of project, it happened in India and now it is successful, it is a pyramid forming. We will be doing it along with the third session. We are having something for the IoT. I will come back to this with the third session with the explanation. These are the testimonials given by the farmers. That is it. Thank you very much.
Anyone wants to ask any question? Questions for today's session?
So, you can make a note of the name Havyas. He has got a big company and he has developed drones now after this project. It is helping the locals, they do not speak English, but still they are benefited by the smart technology, small level smart technology. Drones are made in house. So, these are the projects and you can just go and see the websites. That is it from me today. Thank you. If you do not have any question, I will continue in the case study. Thank you. Welcome back. We had a short break. I don't know how we have been discussing, but we are going to conclude this today's session with somewhat very interesting how to relate the supply chain with practical cases. Okay. And in India, there is no need for picking one or two businesses. We have business everywhere. Even today, when tea wala and snacks, they are having some business, snack selling, and we are having business for separate in small scale or big scale or medium scale. They are laughing. That means business is everywhere. As a business student, supply chain is also business. As a business student, what you need to consider? That is our next case related understanding. But before going to the case related understanding, I want to show you some interesting model which has been here for many years. In 1992, somebody has introduced Davis. 1988, Davis 1988, if you search, that was the introduction of TAM, Technology Acceptance Model, TAM, Technology Acceptance Model. It was introduced by Davis. Then Venkatesh has taken up the same model. Within 1 year, both the authors joined together and they developed different model improvement to the original model. TAM, TAM. UTUAT, right? And they have that's not only one. Afterwards, there are hundreds and thousands of models, but the pioneering model was TAM, Technology Acceptance Model. What is so special? How supply chain is going to be related? We are in the 21st era, technology era, 21st century, but 21st century 2020 onwards, we can say complete technology era, because after COVID, we are relying only on technology. When we had COVID, we did not have any man-to-man correspondence. Then we have got only technology related correspondence. That means communication for materials, communication for the data, even communication between one truck to other, it happened only through the sensors. If you know well in terms of time period, from 2020, since we were all hit by COVID, our technology advancement has gone to the peak. It has taken a big leap. We would say this is the best time for understanding technology in business. Okay, now that's the reason I am going back to the TAM model. Even though it's very old model, it is appropriate for all of us. How much technology can we bring to our supply chain? Whether it's a smart supply chain, we call it a smart, but it's not necessarily smart. We are having part of the bill of lading will come in paper. Still we are using paper, but most of us, and I don't print any paper nowadays. I use my notebook, small old one. Still I use my phone. Paper is not essential. That means how much technology is really going to be used in daily life of suppliers. That is the TAM model based on performance expectancy, effort expectancy. If you look at the left hand side, performance expectancy, I want to perform in a particular way. That's my way of business. Other one will say my effort should not be more than for 5 hours. Social influence, my office, my job, my company, my product, my delivery, everything should have some social influence. Somebody will say that's a basic idea for them. And some conditions, all the conditions should be met. Some business will say that. All these things are bringing some change in the behavior. So behavioral intentions are influenced by performance expectancy. If you want to add IoT for your company business, why I need IoT? That is based on performance. How much effort do I need to put in to understand the IoT, and what social influence will it bring? If I say that quality is checked by robots or quality is checked by other technology, how many people will be happy with that? So those kind of influence in terms of social influence, in terms of image creation, and what are the conditions? Whether my employees are all having that knowledge to adapt that technology. Do I need to put some extra investment, training program? Do I need something more? All these things are influencing the behavior. Behavior is ultimately based on the behavioral intention, ultimately it's changing the actual behavior. So, behavior is something different. For example, difference in both behavioral intention is different, behavior is different. For example, if you are going to a shop, you want to buy, now if you feel very hard, normally if at this moment if someone is asking me what do you want to buy, I will say I will buy ice cream because it is very hard for me. That means my intention is to buy. I will go to shop, by the time my sweat is gone, I am cool, I do not want ice cream. So, actually I will not buy. So, my intention behavior is different, actual behavior is different. So, this is what given in this model. This model was developed long before based on the gender. Gender is having the moderating effect, age, experience and voluntariness to use, whether you are willing to use. Those things are affecting your behavior. This one will be continued in the next 2-3 days session. So, why I am giving it, just go through TAM's model if you have time before you come for the next few classes. Okay. TAM model and UT, UAT, whatever model name I have not given, because you can go for the newest model, the name is changed over the period of time. So, you can go with this before you come for the next session. Now, let us come to the final the concluding session for today. There are many papers, many articles. We are not going to discuss particularly about one article, anything based on the functional and innovative. Pioneering this term functional product, innovative product has come from Fisher. We can't deny it, he is a pioneering person. But what we are going to do now is, after Fisher there are many authors including me, we use that model several times in several ways. What is called functional? First of all, what is innovation? We talked little bit about it in the morning. So, we are going to have the kind of interaction. I put some points to discuss: efficient supply chain, responsive supply chain, lean, agile and agile. We will talk about all these things based on real businesses from here, local. Okay, let us talk about first functional. What is the meaning of functional product? I told this in the class in the morning. So, you might be knowing. Now, it is your time, floor is yours. Tell me what is functional product. In generic term, not example, okay. Generic term. Example is milk, we talked about it. What is the generic definition for functional product? Anybody?
Ma'am, functional products are those products that are meet generic needs.
Okay, generic needs, so basic needs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, good. So, one answer is functional products are meeting the expectation of basic
like
needs.
function goods are convenience goods, like a day to day, a very less time for consuming the.
Okay, convenient products, convenience goods. Okay. So, you will go for daily purchase.
Ma'am, functional product which are readily available and they have a fixed supply chain, existing fixed supply chain.
Fixed supply chain. Okay.
So, those sort of product may be the functional product.
Functional products. Okay. So, all are the characteristic of functional products. Functional products will follow steady supply chain. It is readily available, will buy daily or almost very frequently, and commodity products and goods. That means everything you know. Now, the question is, if I am going for any functional product related supply chain, what will you choose out of these 5 categories? Efficient, EFF means efficient supply chain, responsive supply chain, lean supply chain, agile supply chain, agile. Before going for choosing, you should know what are the meanings of it, right? So, if you are new to supply chain, I have to explain. Let me explain in single each one of them. Efficient supply chain means it will be meeting the demand when it is needed. It is highly efficient at the time of requirement, it will be available. Responsive supply chain, even if it is not available now, when there is a need, quickly it will be brought in, it will be responsive immediately when customer is expecting. Okay. It is not readily available, but it could be made available based on the expectation. Lean means lean production is making less waste and it will be almost continuous, but less waste. It will not be having extra inventory, okay. No extra inventory, no luggage, that is a lean. No luggage, no side packs, no waste. So, this is lean. Agile meaning is agility and lean together, sorry, agility, that is it. Next is lean agile is lean and agile together. Agile meaning is speed, speed in production, speed in delivery, everything is very fast. You will bring it to market in no time, very quick. Lean agile is you will bring it to market very quickly, but you will not waste. So, all are looking somewhat overlapping. So, this is the same like other one is same like this. There are negatives and positive. Lean, negative side of lean is you will lose your customer if there are more orders, because you have only 5 machines, you are having continuous production, but not overproduction, no inventory, enough inventory for making more products, you will have limited number of product lines. So, in that case you will be losing your customer. Lean has got negative side. Agile is it is very speed, but it has got less capability. Sometimes your demand is for the high value product, high innovative product, you may bring it to market quickly, but you do not have enough technology people, know-how person. Lean agile is combination. So, all positive negatives will be for lean agile as well. Okay. Now, my question is, if you are having the functional product, you answer what is functional product, which supply chain will you use among all the 5? You can take 2. Yeah. Efficient and responsive. Okay. Efficient meaning is obviously efficient is meant for functional. Why responsive?
Whenever there is any surge or fall in demand, then that can be looked into.
That is a good combination. When there is a surge in demand, then you want to include responsive supply chain. Any other new idea? Thank you. Yes, I really agree with him, but I will go further in a different way. I do not want my answer.
I think it should be efficient and agile.
Efficient and agile, okay.
Because there are some product whom we need on an urgent basis. So, there has to be efficiency in getting those products, and agile means it has to be very fast.
Very fast, okay. So, combination is very now lucrative for me.
Actually,
yes,
in the hospital things, like if we need blood, I think that combination would work there.
So, that means based on the need she is deciding. If it is functional product, efficient responsiveness, efficient agile. Okay. But now let us name the product, because you said it is blood. Blood is not coming under functional product and it is not innovative, it is in the middle. Okay. So, that means based on the name of the product, name it and then say. Let us go for the different approach now. Now, I am going to take one innovative product. I want something which can be imitating me, because I have throat pain, something will be talking on my behalf. That means my phone will be talking to you, not me. I want something new. What supply chain? Phone with new feature in it, not AI feature. AI feature is something which is different. My phone should have something very, very new. It should talk on my behalf when I am poor. Poorly affected, poor means not the in terms of money. When I am feeling very poor in terms of health, something should help me.
Ma'am, like agile, ma'am, like an extra feature in anything, like any innovation, like not a daily uses. If someone wants like a throat pain, the everyone having not throat pain in like a one day, everyone having not a throat pain. The demand is going in zigzag manner.
Okay.
That's why the depends on demand. Like if in a efficient manner, if someone wants, then only the requirement is there.
So, what is your choice?
Agile.
Agile. So, he wants something agile. Yes.
lean also can be considered in some cases. Your demand and supply should be equally equivalent to, like the case of newspaper publications. So number of its validity is for one day only. So if you are producing more than the demand or more than the customer, then it will be next, it will be value 0. So in this case, you have to just in time concept what is the exact demand, according to you have to publish that number of newspaper or magazines, weekly magazines. So in that case, you have to manage leanly. So
he's saying lean. Okay, let's see the vote at the end. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah.
As you said, the example of suppose a bot is there which is using your voice or which is speaking on behalf of you, then I would first select responsive, that how it responds to the need of the customer, which is because it's an innovative product. So how it responds to the needs of the customer, and then agility, that is the agile feature, so that it is at a strengthening speed it is being done.
Lightning speed. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So he is going for responsive. Yes.
In my point of view, every product have
Tell me what you are choosing first.
Yeah, product.
No, in this.
Now I am choosing for a whole scenario that every product have the functional as usual as the innovative.
No, I said the case. Case is I want to have new element in my phone, new feature. Okay, and as a customer I am demanding.
Yeah.
As a manufacturer, which method you will choose?
Yeah, that I will go for the lean and efficiency.
So lean and efficient. Okay. Yeah. Now you tell me. Thank you. Tell.
Basically, the which product I will take, that must be a lean, means that I will get in the lower cost. Because and efficiency, matlab whatever the thinking, I am thinking that what in my phone, what the capability are there, for that efficient things I can get from the phone.
Okay. So it's a valid reason. Let me put my points later based on the literature. But thanks for all of you. Any other point? Which one will you choose?
Ma'am, I would choose Lee Agile.
Lee Agile. Okay.
Because it needs agility for the bot, and the lean part will be that it will be cost effective for the person, and both this combination would be more fruitful than other like optionals.
Okay, so you go for both the ways.
Yes, ma'am.
Base reduction and then fast.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You guys, you are all sitting in the first bench. You don't want to say anything? I want more answers. So how will I put? Only 1 or 2 lines are there. So there are many students. Talk. What about you? What will you choose? Not functional product in this case. I want new feature in my phone. I am demanding it to my Samsung manufacturer. What stand will he take? Whether he will go for efficient, responsive, lean, agile or Lee Agile.
I believe it has to be responsive because it needs to be tailored. And if I take the example of iPhone, it was basically made for elite customers who did not want their calls to be recorded. So it does not have a call recording feature, and Androids do have. So I want it to be a responsive one so that it can respond as per the need of the customer, because not every customer can ask for such feature. Some people who are basically into it and who require it much will only go for the responsive thing.
Any other viewpoint? Still, see, my vote is so lean. It's only 5 plus 2, 7.
Guys, please respond. Anyone from this side?
Okay. Because you are worried, I would ask the question why, right? Okay, I will do one thing. Efficient, raise your hand. How many are going for efficient? 1, 2, 3. Efficient 3. Okay. How many would go for responsive? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Very good. Thank you. So 22 plus 1 me. Okay. And then lean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Okay. Agile. 1. Only 1 agile. Okay. I will put one from my side as well. Lee Ajay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, this is the best way we have to talk about it. Why and why not? Okay. And no, don't take it personally. It is, I am not against your choice. Based on the theory, based on the literature, I am going to talk about it. Efficient supply chain is meant for the functional product. You have to meet the demand. That's it. It's a kind of transaction level. You have to be efficient to meet the demand. If you are not efficient at this point, I am not saying they are highly efficient, I am not saying low efficient. It should meet, supply should meet the demand. Efficient supply chain. Responsive supply chain, you have to react and respond. Responsive supply chain, you have to react to the situation, act on it. That means, once you know there is a demand, you have to understand it, react in the way that you have to create new product and services and deliver it. Okay, that is responsive. But now I would say responsive meaning is not responsive in terms of reaction, you have to act on it. That action comes from lean, agile, Lee Ajay. So, that means you have to be responsive. So, I will give the first vote to this. The reason is that is important for you, you have to show, express how you are going to be. If you are very efficient, you will be meeting the demand for basic products, not for the efficient products. If the question is about innovative products, if the question is about innovative product also need to be in efficient way. You have to show your emotion by responding first. Then you have to choose whether you will be using agile or Lee Agile. I am not favoring lean because lean is less waste. When you are talking about a new product, waste will be very high. You cannot avoid waste. When you are adding something in your phone, as a manufacturer, you have to do trial and error. Many waste will happen in the first stage, but once you are matured, then the next stage, not much waste. So, here lean, even though if you are choosing lean, first responsive and lean, or responsive with agile, agile and responsive combined together. Imagine I am very responsive, but I will do it very quickly, like COVID. Everybody was trying to do some vaccination. Or from India, there are 2-3 vaccination. European countries, they made vaccination. They were doing it in trial and error method. They were very responsive. They tried with agile, not with lean. They have to waste. Sometimes we cannot avoid it. They have tried with agile aspect, that means very speedy. They have combined responsiveness and agile. They brought something highly innovative. Even though it is not technology product, it was innovative at that time. So, they have used this. Now, I can say responsive and agile as a combination. Then responsive and Lee Agile as also combination after some time. If I have the capabilities, I can take the risk of going in lean direction. Lean is always very less waste. At the same time, there is a level of risk that you have to consider. You cannot go for different types of product line, because you are limited with the investment. Your product line can be one variety or 2 or 3, not more than that. So, you have to invest later on. If you are investing, then it will not be considered as lean at that time. Later on it can be lean, because once the production is done. Okay. This is the overarching principle of lean, agile, Lee Agile, responsive and efficient supply chain. If you have time, I would request you do you remember I said TAM model, right? TAM model is perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use. Best example is if you are teaching a grandfather some computer writing or computer programming, he does not need to know, because it is not useful to him. But he may think, why not I compete with my grandson, let me take it. He is using it for the sake of talking to you. If you are in US, he will be using that laptop for talking through Zoom meeting. He will be using, that is his perceived use. Is it really ease of use? Is he having that ease, that means easy to use? Ease of use is something different than perceived use. Perceived ease of use is I have to open it without any problem, I have to be connected. If it is not happening, my usefulness and ease of use are not matching. That is the one. When you are talking about other theories, UT, she talked about this is the one, unified theory of acceptance and use of technology. It is improved version. As I said, both the authors have developed it. Later, once they felt it is not enough, we cannot talk about anything, only the ease of use and usefulness. They put some more element, performance expectancy. My connectivity, Zoom connectivity, immediately it should happen. I do not want to wait for any delays, and if I am having only LAN, I cannot be happy, I cannot talk to my son. Your grandfather may say that. And effort expectancy, how much effort do I need to make in order to make the connection. Social influence, I said with a different example. What is the social influence based on particular nuance in the product? So, technology, is it going to make the change? For example, there are many farmers in this country, and farmers are suffering and farmers are not getting the profit. Why not everybody is using IoT? Why not they are using drones? Why not different technology? Technology is there, right? Are you helping your grandparents? Are you helping the agriculture farmers? No. If everybody is putting your hand together, social influence will be very high. So, theoretical underpinning of TAM and UTEAT is technology should help the society. Technology is in one silo and farming is different silo, we cannot combine both of them. If this is the case, economy will not grow. So, here India has got more number of IT professionals, India has got more number of engineers, and we are also having poor farmers. So, we have to bridge the gap. There are things happening in India, I do not deny it. I myself have seen in the projects, it is happening, but it is in very slow pace. We have to make it happen very quickly, like agile, not like slowly in an efficient way, but we are all efficient, but slow progress. And enabling condition, what are the conditions helping giving some kind of push to the technology, what condition is there? Here all of you are literate, all of you are computer literate, all of you are knowing technology very well, but how much push do you give in order to convert the idea into project? No, we cannot. So, if I ask students, normally they say in the places where I have been taking class, say no, we do not have enough money. Somebody answering, no, we cannot do things, we cannot change the mindset. So, my question is, how will you create enabling condition for understanding technology and applying in different fields? What can you do as student? You have technology, where can you adapt that technology, where can you take that technology? Can you bring it to your family for farming? Can you bring it to any other retail store? Retail store, all of you are going to retail store, you are waiting in the queue. Have you ever thought why technology is not counting the items in my basket? It is there in Walmart, the cart, if you put it in the cart, automatically you can get the bill at the end, or you can have a handheld barcode reader, you can do it. I do it in 5 minutes, finish. I do not need to wait for anything. Why not in India? What is the problem? What is the gap? Enabling conditions are creating some problem. What is it? I think you know the answer, right? Somebody is talking, that means you know the answer. Tell me why it is not happening. Technology is there, but it is not happening in a positive way. For example, barcode. Why you have to wait in the queue? That is my question. Because it is related to the theory. It is not happening in India. Yes.
In grocery shop, all the items are not barcoded. Suppose there is vegetable, there is cereals, rice, all these things are not barcoded. And secondly, the cost involved in this technology development, that all the basket will be equipped with chips and all. So
exactly. Thank you. Yeah, barcode is not for every product, and there is technology, it's not aligned with the expectation. Even if you are giving the barcode for small 1 rupee item, it's a huge amount. Yes.
Ma'am, actually recently what happened, I come from a place where I stay in the main town, but it is being adjoined by a large number of villages, and all the schools and colleges are there in the main town itself. So Pantaloons have recently introduced a thing that you will get a e-receipt on your phone, either via WhatsApp or normal messages. But the many people who come to Pantaloon for shopping, they don't even have the smartphones. They are using the primitive phones like that only, or the parents who come to shop for their kids who are not from a very good background, financial condition, they also don't have those phones, and it is very difficult for them. Even after having the ease of technology and being trying to be sustainable, they cannot afford it.
Yes, exactly. So who are using those technology are not really in the same condition. Some using technology by Pantaloon may not be appropriate for the parents who are not using the technology. Yes.
Like ma'am, like educations, like technology education, like my father hesitate to do a UPI payment because he think that my money will be lost. Who no one knows where my money is going. But after some time, if I am just using my UPI, then after seeing 1 day, 2 day that this is safe, many people are using, then some people are adopting, and then the infrastructure is there, the mobile phone. After Jio, the network is available around 95% villages having the network connectivity. But the mobile phone is not there for the UPI payment, and the infrastructure is not well developed for the technology purpose. And for the store, normal store, they are installing a proper billing system. Very costly for them because they are very small, selling their small store is there. They didn't afford them because the margin is very low in a general stores.
Yeah, that's what we say. Yes, correct, exactly. Enabling condition should be there. So if you don't have the condition which is really conducive for the environment, you cannot use it. Here environment is like use of technology. Use of technology, ease of technology are different. There is a use, but you cannot use it because you are not very comfortable with it. And sometimes a barcode that label itself is 50 paise, I guess, minimum 50 paise. Why should I stick the barcode if the value of the product is only 2 rupees or 3 rupees? So they are not using it. That means our country has got all technological support, and we have so much of brain for using the technology, but we cannot use it for certain reasons. This is called enabling conditions. So who can use, who cannot use, it depends on what is the value of the product. But manufacturer, they can decide whether they are going for, similarly manufacturers can decide whether they are going for responsive or they will go only for efficient. Slightly different. Efficient is they will make it happen, but not very quickly. And if you are responsive means you will at any cost you will be bringing the product to the market with all the capabilities. You will secure all capabilities from other countries or other places. Okay, that's it for today, and thanks for patiently waiting for the whole day. Yes, one
thing
more.
is that technology also makes transparent.
Yeah.
It's make transparent, crystal clear transactions. So in case of what everybody told it, UPI transactions, sometimes these transaction makes the vendors or the suppliers transparent that how much transaction they have done. Some vendor they want to hide out what are their actual income, or they hesitate to do the digital transaction also. So if you want to go for black business or hide taxes, in this case also they hesitate to give. In digital format.
We call it as accountability.
Accountability.
Yeah, how much business is accountable to the government, and so that's why I said data transparency is limited to certain extent. I am not ready to, as a business, I am not ready to open up my profit and loss scenario to others, so I am restricted. So trust is developed between the supply chain partners, but not necessarily about the transactions. Thank you, and this is the closing for today. I would like to thank all of you. If you have any.
Ma'am, I do have a question.
Yes, yeah.
Ma'am, I studied about 2 theories. One was TAM and the other was TOE, Technology, Organizational and Environmental. Ma'am, in both the thing, technological thing is very common, but I could not understand the difference there.
TOE, explain it.
Ma'am, it is technological. First factor is technological, second factor is organizational, and the third factor is environmental. Why is it not much used
May I
as
know
it covers
which
the...
author you are talking about?
Ma'am, I don't exactly remember the author, but it was nearby to TAM.
Okay, we'll discuss it. Bring the author's name.
Yes, ma'am.
TOE is also a common one. TOE is 3-dimensional.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and 3-dimensional we can connect with it. There are certain theories are combining both TAM and TOE. It's
Yes,
not
ma'am.
new, okay? And we'll talk outside this class certainly because
Definitely,
it's
ma'am.
not for everyone, right?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, and
Any questions
any
from
questions?
anyone? Any questions?
Okay.
Anyone?
So we will be talking about sustainability. TOE is about, we are talking about 3 pillars. We will cover TOE a little bit. And if you feel that I have not covered anything which is really scratching your brain, let me know. Okay, I will do it in the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.